Testing 1, 2. Is this thing on? Guys, let me know in the chat if we have any, if we have a picture or not. Hey, welcome everyone. Well, we are just leaving the neighborhood right now, folks. We're going to be headed south here in just a minute, getting out of the neighborhood. Covering the winter weather here. We're in Aurora, Colorado. I'm getting out here on I-25, headed south. Be a little bit of a slight change of plans compared to yesterday. We were originally going to head north. We're actually going to be headed south. Gonna make a quick detour, take a quick stop at 7-Eleven before we hit the road. Of course, you're going to need to get some gas, get topped off. So you can see we got a little bit more accumulation overnight. Looks like we have about an inch of snow here in the Denver metro. We are going to be pushing further south, of course. Yeah, this is Aurora, Colorado. Aurora, I think, is the second largest city in Colorado. It's a suburb of Denver, so we're in a pretty high population density area. You're taking a quick stop before we get moving fully. One thing here. All right, hang tight, folks. Get some coffee. Sit tight for a second. We'll get my morning coffee, then we'll get the show on the road. So I got a car scraper since I cannot seem to find mine. We run things like professionals in here, don't we? Definitely are well planned, well prepared. All right, hang tight, folks. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe, like. You guys know the drill. We'll be right back.
shopping 7-Eleven. For your safety, the parking lot is being video recorded.
All right, I had to do a quick tire pressure check. My tire pressure light, one of my tire pressure sensors is out right now. I always got to do a periodic tire pressure check because, as you may know, my tire pressure light's out. All my tires are good on air, but I just got to check, make sure I don't have a flat somewhere. All right. No worries. Okay, let's acquire coffee. Be right back, folks. right. Now we're off, folks. All right. All right. Everybody, while you're in chat, don't forget to subscribe to Holly's channel while you're here. Holly, don't forget to drop a link to your channel. Here, Holly's a storm chaser based out of Illinois. We regrettably did not get an opportunity to team up this spring. Hey Octai, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping in. All right, we're going to be covering some of this snow here down in the Denver metro area. Currently we're in Aurora, Colorado. We're going to be headed south, trying to cover that heavier snow down in southern Colorado and in New Mexico this afternoon. Right now the outside temperature is 28 degrees. We are currently in the Ylith neighborhood of Aurora, Colorado. Looks like we got about, from what I can see here, about an inch of accumulation here on the east side of Denver, which is where we are currently. It's Aurora, Colorado. Oh wow, I actually pronounced it right, something right for once. Here on this channel, I'm notoriously good at pronouncing things correctly. Always get it right the first time, never get it wrong. It's definitely a true thing I just said. Well, if you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Colorado. I'm basically here in my neighborhood, just about to get on the freeway, headed south to cover the winter storm here in Colorado. We do have a winter weather advisory in effect here for Colorado. Most of the winter storm warnings are clustered in the southern half of the state. On this channel, we mostly do severe weather chasing in the spring and summer, bringing you guys coverage for tornadoes out here in Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska. It's kind of my first year doing winter storm chasing now that I have a vehicle that's a little bit better suited for winter weather. I got out here in the Subaru Forester. Today, the winter storm advisory is expected to cover most of today through 6 o'clock in the Denver metro area. We'll be covering the winter weather here probably through noon local time, so it's about 3 hours. We'll be doing probably a 3-4 hour stretch today covering the winter weather impacts across the Front Range. The snow here along the Front Range is probably gonna be snowing through noon, with most of the snow already having come down in the overnight hours. So most of the heavy snow has already reached the ground. So the bulk of the snow, most of the snow has already come down already. The snow that we're seeing currently is just kind of the lingering leftovers. also cover other things on this channel. I do some ghost town. I also cover ghost towns on this stream. It's mostly a photography related channel, so I also cover ghost towns, local history stuff, and also do some gaming. Very occasionally do gaming on this channel. Pixel art streams and stuff like that. Right now, the snow seems to be very, very light, very fluffy. So it seems to be light flurries right now. We will probably see some heavier snow as we head south towards Pueblo this afternoon and Colorado Springs. We'll look at the weather radar once we get out onto I-25. Looks like we have about an inch of accumulation currently out here right now. Heavier accumulation as we get farther south of that. The mountains definitely got the heavier snow in the overnight hours last night. It also looks like we are coming up on an accident up here. Looks like we got to slow down here as we're coming off 225 into I-25. Honestly, severe weather season can't come soon enough. I am not a big fan of these winter storm chases. The steering angle sensor on my car is busted right now, so I don't have traction control. All fan funding. Goes into vehicle maintenance. We got traffic, a lot of traffic. My guess is there's probably an accident down by the tech center right now. Let me know how that picture quality is holding up for you guys. Octai, I don't recognize you behind your username. Currently using whatchamacallit, using Moblin, so I can't see anybody's. I can only see handles right now, and I can't see any profile pictures because it just shows me. It doesn't show me profile pictures. It just shows me username, so I can't see how many people are watching or anything like that. Using the YouTube app this morning. Also, Storm Runner Media, I believe, is out here right now. So if anybody has actually got their stream pulled up, you guys should let me know where they are so I can go honk at them. Oh, Ben Williams is out. Oh, cool. Hey, Lisa, how are you doing? Oh, if Ben's out, then he probably has a spotter dot turned on. I can probably go find him. Actually, speaking of which, I should turn on my spotter dot and see where everybody is this morning. I should go find those guys. Yeah. Right now. Yeah. Radar scope is updated. Let's see, where are we currently? Switch to Denver radar. Alright, looks like we got some freezing rain in the South Metro. Some snow coming down just across the Front Range. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping in, Lisa. It's always good to see you. As usual. Yeah, it looks like we got some freezing rain in the south side of the metro area right now. Looks like we got snow, freezing rain reports coming in. Some accident reports. We are actually going to make our way down to Pueblo and to Trinidad. And check out some of the snow impacts in that area. Looks like they didn't get as much snow out east. They're up on Radar Omega. I actually don't have my Radar Omega subscription is not active right now. As much as I love Radar Omega, justify having two subscriptions. Since I'm unemployed, I couldn't really justify having two active radar subscriptions at the moment. I'm currently using Radar Scope because it just it runs better on my tablet. It's just a little bit more performant. It just runs a little bit better. All right, and we're now in the tech center, so we're on the south side of Denver, headed through Centennial. Gotta get. Yeah, I got snow out in Aurora. Not as much as it looks like they've gotten here in the south side of Denver. So if you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently we are in Centennial, Colorado, south side of Denver in the tech center. We're headed to southern Colorado where they got a little bit more snow than we got on the east side of Denver. We're just doing a little snow stream here to cover the winter weather impacts. Looks like road conditions are pretty good down here so far. If you guys were with me last night, we got to see this snow start coming in. The accumulation doesn't look like as much as it was initially forecast. So far, it seems like the accumulation on the side of the roadways is about an inch of snow. Yeah, it's actually been. I'll talk about this a little bit here. Colorado, snow is really important to our environment and our ecosystem here. We depend very heavily on the snow in this state to replenish our rivers and lakes. We get snow through from October through March, with March being our snowiest month. We get a lot of snow up in the mountains here. Again, that usually our snowy season up in the mountains usually runs from like the end of September through March, and that replenishes our glaciers and our snowpack up in the mountains. That replenishes our rivers and lakes for the rest of the year. We depend very heavily on, of course, our lakes and rivers for our agriculture sector out in eastern Colorado. Now, you guys probably are very familiar with eastern Colorado if you watch my channel regularly. That's where I do all of my storm chasing out in the spring. I've caught most of the tornadoes I show on this channel out in eastern Colorado in the spring. Colorado is a pretty heavily agricultural state in terms of its economy. And we depend very heavily on the glacier melt, the snow melt in this state for our water infrastructure out here. So the snow is really important to the ecosystem and the economy out here. The snow is also extremely important to our fire mitigation measures out here. If you guys will recall, we had the very dangerous and devastating Marshall Fire back here in 2021. And that fire actually occurred during December. So it's really important for us to get snow on the ground in November and December to prevent wildfires during the winter. So if we don't get snow on the ground in November and December, we run the risk of getting those strong, dry winter winds in January and December, causing runaway wildfires. So it's actually been a really dangerous fire year for us because we have had a historically late first snow. Typically we get our first snow at the end in October, but we didn't get our first snow until this week. We haven't had any thunder snows this year yet. So thunder snows, we typically tend to get those in the spring. We don't typically get any fall or winter thunder snows. Yeah, when we get here in Colorado, we tend to get ice storms in the spring. So Colorado is pretty high elevation. Denver is famously known as the Mile High City. The elevation here is 5,000 something feet. As we are a mile above sea level here. Looks like the sun's starting to peek out. Hey, look at that. We're starting to get some sun. Current outside temperature is 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we have a problem here in Colorado that's mostly as a result of of climate change. We have this issue. There's the North American pine beetle. It's this little bug that, this little beetle that eats pine trees. The pine beetle. I'll show you guys sometime when I do a mountain stream. But the pine beetle, it kills pine trees in huge swaths. So there's a whole bunch of sections of the forest up in the mountains that has been. I don't think Mason's going to be out today. I don't know though. I haven't talked. I know that he had a flag. He was just coming back from visiting family for Thanksgiving from last week. So I think his flight came into Colorado Springs last night at like midnight. So I don't think he's even awake yet. But yeah, we have these little bugs called the pine beetle, North American pine beetle, and they thrive at warmer temperatures. And so because of climate change, because it's been warmer year over year, they've been able to survive at higher and higher elevations. And so the pine beetle has been killing huge sections of the forest up in the mountains. And you can look this up on Google. I'll show you guys an image sometime. But pine beetle's been killing these huge sections of the forest, creating these massive patches of dead trees that are just basically just huge piles of dead timber that are just ready to get set on fire. So you'll get lightning strikes or people throwing cigarettes out of cars or what have you. And there's the beetle. We call those sections of the forest beetle kill. Beetle kill is a huge problem for wildfires here in the state. Maybe I'll do that today. Maybe I'll see if I can find some section. Maybe I'll see if I can show you guys some of that beetle kill up in Boulder today on the way back up to on the way back home. It's not too hard to see. And we're now getting into Castle Rock. My name's Patrick. I'm a Colorado-based storm chaser. We are currently headed down towards Castle Rock in Colorado Springs to see some of the winter weather impacts. You guys can see that we've got a little bit of accumulation here. We're basically on the south side of the Denver metro area in Colorado right now. Looking at the winter weather impacts currently. accumulation down here. The initial forecast yesterday said about 46 inches. Right now, I'm not seeing nearly that much accumulation currently. I'm only seeing about an inch of accumulation in most places here. So, looks like the salt trucks are doing their job here. The road conditions are not optimal. There's definitely a lot of ice on the road currently. Well, Rachel, that's pretty understandable. Alabama isn't exactly known for its harsh winters. Although, as I understand it, December is like peak tornado season for Alabama. I'm hoping to get some, get one like. Oh, I know. Alabama gets a deep freeze every once in a while. So we're getting into a little bit more lower visibility here. Last radar update shows that we are getting a little bit of snow down here, a little bit of snow accumulation. Switch over to my yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of accumulation here. If you guys are paying attention to the side of the road here, you can see we've got, looks like a little bit closer to 2 inches of accumulation on the side of the road now. I do think once we get into Castle Rock, I probably may actually end up circling back and heading up a little bit closer to Boulder, see how see what the snow accumulation up there towards Boulder looks like. All in all, it does look like the roads here are pretty clear. Oh boy. Looks like somebody spun out over there. If you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Also, if anybody here is in, I don't know if Evan Freiberger is live this morning, but if he is, and anybody is in his stream, you guys can let Evan know that he is welcome to use my stream this morning. I haven't talked to Evan in a minute, but he is more than welcome to use my stream. Love the name of this road, Happy Canyon Road. I don't think I've ever actually been to Happy Canyon before. Now starting to come into Castle Rock right now. Let's see if I can actually show you guys the Castle Rock that's down here. joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Colorado. Just giving you guys some coverage of the road conditions here up in the Front Range. We are currently under a winter weather advisory. Right now we've got some freezing rain conditions here south of Denver. We are currently in Castle Rock, Colorado. I'm on I-25. We're just covering the I-25 corridor up and down the Front Range here in Colorado. Just giving you guys a view of the road conditions currently. Right now traffic's not too bad, and the roads are fairly cleared. It looks like we did not get as much snow as was originally forecasted. Looks like we got about 2 inches of accumulation here down along the Front Range. Seems like things are well managed here. I was out pretty late last night covering the roads, and right now it does look like those conditions are pretty consistent with what I was seeing last night with the amount of snowfall. I'm working my way south to get further observations of the road conditions. Again, it does look like the roads are pretty well managed, at least out on the interstate. We did get our heaviest snow last night. Seems like around 3 a.m. We got about 1 inch of accumulation. We are currently under a winter weather advisory, and it does appear that there are some winter storm warnings in effect in the high country in southern Colorado. No worries, thanks for stopping by, at least it's always good to see you. Currently cooking along at a balmy 27 degrees. If you're new to the channel, make sure to give the stream a like. Don't forget to subscribe. I don't normally cover winter weather, but I'm unemployed and I have nothing better to do right now. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button. It helps grow the channel, helps grow me in the algorithm. I would love to make storm chasing my full-time job, and right now it is pretty much the closest thing I have to a job. So I definitely appreciate you watching and tuning in right now. Did I miss fan funding? Did I miss some fan funding? Sometimes Moblin doesn't always show when somebody makes a super chat or something. So if I didn't see any gifted memberships. So if somebody gave away some gifted memberships, thank you so much. Moblin doesn't always display those to me. Oh, cool, Lisa! Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Gifted members get members get access to some cool custom emojis that I drew by hand by myself. So those are all custom pixel art I made by myself. The membership badges I also created by myself. That's also pixel art I drew. So thank you so much for giving those away, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, this car I'm driving right now is probably not going to survive past this next storm season. It's got some problems with it that are, I would describe this Subaru as being terminally ill. It's only a matter of time till this car kicks the bucket. It's at its end of life. But I think I can squeeze another 30,000 miles out of it. cover is leaking, and I called the Subaru dealership, and they just laughed at me. Well, I mean, I bought this car knowing full well. I mean, I bought this car for like $100, so I know full well that this thing's gonna blow up on me. John very generously also gifted me his old Honda, so I'm also forever in his debt. Hopefully, but fortunately, I was able to get the insurance to get me out of debt on my old car, so there's at least that. Hopefully, I'll get a new job and I can get enough credit to like buy a decent new vehicle soon. Annette Lisa, thank you. Yeah, Moblin doesn't show me when people give gift memberships. So to everybody who's given away gift memberships this morning, thank you so much. You guys, that absolutely means the world to me. Yeah, John donated his really old Honda CR-V. You know, it's really funny. I did a bunch of car maintenance over the Thanksgiving break, and the diagnosis on both my cars was this Subaru I'm driving right now. It's got like 168,000, like 170,000 miles on it basically, and the timing cover is leaky. I mean, it's a Subaru, so it's got a bunch of oil leaks in it, so I just have to monitor the oil on it basically, and just top it off every 500 miles. The water pump is also leaky, so I also just have to monitor the coolant. But I mean, what's new? It's a Subaru. You just gotta keep track of these things. So this Subaru is probably gonna only make it to about 200,000 miles before it blows up on me. But that Honda that John sold me, that Honda is probably gonna outlive all of us. That Honda has got like 260,000 miles on it, and the mechanic was like, yeah, that Honda, you can probably make that thing last you to 400,000 miles. And that's because he's like, yeah, engine's fine, no problems with it, no leaks, everything's ship shape. Yeah, Papa John is one of the best types of people that they make. He's a good person. Oh yeah, no, that Honda, yeah, that, I mean, in a million years from now, archaeologists are gonna just find like a layer of Hondas over the ruins of our civilization. Hondas are gonna outlive all of us. Those cars are built to last. And it's just gonna be a layer of fossilized Hondas. Yeah, this car right here will probably make it to about 200,000 miles and will probably give up the ghost, but that Honda will easily make it to 350,000 miles without a problem. I need the timing cover on this vehicle is leaking. What else is leaking? Timing cover is leaking. The front rotator arm thingies are creaky. Rack and pinion is leaking. So I guess technically if the rack and pinion's leaking, that probably means I'm leaking power steering fluid. Once this Subaru is cooked, I'm gonna take it to one of those gun ranges where you can like rent an assault rifle and then just shoot it a whole bunch. I'd actually like to try to keep before this car dies, I'd actually like to just take it into like a dealership and see if I can trade it in and get some credit for it. I'm hoping I'll get a new job soon, so that way I can just like go to a dealership and just get them trade-in value for this car. I mean, all things considered, if I can get this car to a new owner, I mean, even though it's got a ton of miles on it, like, all it really needs, if whoever buys this car off of me is willing to put in the work to fix some of the leaks in the engine, honestly, I think I could get a couple grand for this car. I mean, if not, I'm willing to completely just destroy this car with storm chasing next year. There does appear to be a bit of a traffic slowdown right now, so I can show you guys our weather radar right now. Oh, hang on. Autofocus isn't turned on, so you guys can't see anything. Put the camera over here. So right now we are in Castle Rock, Colorado. You guys can see, it looks like we've got about 2 inches of accumulation now on the side of the road. Visibility is pretty low, so we can't see the mountains right now. Stop for gas here pretty soon. You know, the biggest thing that the car needs right now is a new catalytic converter. The catalytic converter is not catalytic converting at the moment, so I'm only getting about 20 miles per gallon. Which is not great. We have an accident up here. You know, I have no problem with being extra cautious. I always drive under the speed limit in conditions like this. I'm not willing to take any chances currently. You don't want to risk it on roads like this. I learned the hard way not to take risks with roads under these conditions. I slid right through a Comcast cable station once. Just took it clean off its base. Wiped out the internet for half of Fort Collins once. plowed, you know how you see those little green cable boxes by the side of the road? Yeah, it turns out those contain important network infrastructure. The car was fine. I just slid right through it. I was just took a turn a little bit too fast and just, instead of turning, I just kept going straight. I think I was 19 years old. If you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently we are in Castle Rock, Colorado, headed south to cover the winter weather impacts up here along the Front Range. I don't typically cover winter weather, but again, I'm unemployed. I have nothing better to do. It would absolutely mean the world to me if you'd hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more storm chasing. I, again, don't typically cover winter weather. I definitely prefer chasing tornadoes and severe weather in the spring, but all the same, I'm glad to have you here. We are currently under a winter weather advisory currently, and I'm just providing an update on the road conditions here along the Front Range in Colorado. The bulk of our snow came down overnight. Looks like we've got about 2 inches of accumulation, and up here in the foothills, the road conditions are pretty okay, all things considered. Hey, Justin, nice to see you. Speaking of storm chasers, that's the talented Mr. Justin Ryan. Make sure to go subscribe to his channel. Justin, feel free to plug your channel here. We are currently in Castle Rock, Colorado, or actually sort of a little bit south of Castle Rock. I think we're probably closer to, actually I don't know where we are. I guess we're coming up in El Paso County. We're covering the winter weather impacts. We're currently under a winter weather advisory right now. We've got about 2 inches of accumulation here from that snow. The heaviest snow came down overnight. The snow is expected to cease before 6 p.m. tonight. We're headed down towards southern Colorado and the New Mexico border, where in the Sangre de Cristos mountain range, where they got a little bit more snow, where the winter weather impacts are a little bit more severe. Where we'll be circling back up and coming back up to the Denver metro area later to cover those winter weather impacts. But otherwise, this is a pretty mild winter storm, all things considered. I'm just glad that we got some snow, honestly. As I was saying yesterday, snow is really important here in Colorado. This is a historically late first snow. Typically we get our first snow here in the Colorado Front Range in October. This year we did not get our first snow until the end of November. Snow is extremely important here in Colorado. Every year we get our snowpack up in the mountains replenished in the winter months. The snowpack here in Colorado melts through the rest of the year, starting in spring. The snow here replenishes our lakes and rivers, which is essential to our agriculture sector here out in Colorado and eastern Colorado. Those of you who are familiar with the channel know I do most of my storm chasing in eastern Colorado, so you guys have saw me catch a couple tornadoes out there this year. It's also important to our fire mitigation efforts. Our main fire season in Colorado is in the early to late summer, but also in the winter. If you guys will recall, we had the dangerous and deadly Marshall Fire, which happened in December of just before Christmas in 2021. That was a pretty dangerous fire, that very fast-moving fire between Denver and Boulder that destroyed over 1,000 homes. So it's really important for us to get this snow on the ground to help mitigate the fire risk. So it's good that we're finally getting finally getting some snow on the ground. Yeah, Justin is a storm chaser based out of Arkansas. I keep talking about teaming up with Justin, but for one reason or another, I just never managed to make it out there. I did do my first big storm chase of the year out in Arkansas. We saw a couple very short-lived tornadoes out in out near Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Yeah, we don't tend to get as much thunder snow. Don't tend to get as many thunder snows here in Colorado. In order to get a thunder snow, you typically need to have a kind of a specific set of conditions with like some kind of interesting convergence boundaries. What you typically need to get that sort of thing is you'll need to have some kind of a boundary with like warm, moist air. You need to have kind of a specific type of boundary interaction that you don't typically tend to see here in Colorado. You typically tend to see more thunder snows in the Midwest. When you do get thunder snows here in Colorado, you tend to get them in the spring. Joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We are here headed up on Woodmore, Colorado. We are headed south to cover the winter storm impacts in southern Colorado. We're approaching Colorado Springs. Thanks for stopping by, Rachel. Always glad to see you here. Yeah, overall overall, the winter weather impacts for this storm were honestly pretty mild. I'm going to take a look at weather radar here in just a minute to get another quick look at where the storm is located kind of currently. It does look like it's letting up pretty significantly. Yeah, things are definitely lessening. There's not a whole lot of snow bands. The storm definitely seems to be rapidly losing steam. For the most part. Let's take a look at our southern Colorado radar. Areas of most intensity right now are going to be kind of near Walsenburg. It does seem to be letting up kind of near Trinidad. I think our most intense areas right now are going to be actually near Kim, Colorado, near, honestly, out there in Lamar. You guys can see, the road conditions here are looking pretty clear. Yeah, the handles, I mean, so thinking about it, the YouTube handle thing does make sense, because the ability to have a separate screen name that is separate from your actual handle does create the possibility for you to be able to impersonate people or whatever. Like that does make sense. Why they would maybe not want people to be able to like do that. But at the same time, I've gotten so accustomed to seeing people use different names that so I do like being able to identify people by their handles. I believe two people in here gave away some channel memberships. I think you were one of them, Lisa. I didn't see who the other person was because Moblin does not display like donors or whatever. Or does not. Moblin doesn't display usernames of people who gift channel memberships. So I didn't see who the other person was who gifted channel memberships. All the same, it's greatly appreciated. All right, looks like we're hitting a little bit of a slowdown here. We're getting close to Woodmore, Colorado. And again, it looks like the amount of snow buildup here is also about the same as we've seen for the rest of the sorry, I can't speak English today. Looks like the snow, the amount of snow buildup that we've seen so far is pretty consistent with what we've seen on the rest of the Front Range so far. Looks like it's about 2 inches here. Although, as I'm looking into the forest on the side of the road here, it does look like we're seeing a little bit more snow buildup in this area as we are approaching Woodmore. It looks like we're getting a little bit closer to 3 to 4 inches. Also seeing a little bit more heavier traffic and a lot more buildup on the roads here. Looks like we're definitely seeing a bit more of a traffic backup here as well. Looks like there's an accident up ahead. There's a weight station up here that we can pull off at and get kind of a snow depth measurement. We'll pull up Cocoa Roz later and take a look at that. Missed the weight station. Oh, whatever. yeah, everything seems to be it's pretty slushy out, but yeah, it seems to be doing fine. We got loves all over the place down up here in Colorado. They're a known element in this area. Yeah, so just to give you guys kind of an update, road conditions are kind of declining a little bit down here. There definitely seems to be more snow here as we get further south in Colorado, and that's not entirely unexpected. Let's see, maybe take a little bit of a survey as we get off the road. Get off at the gas station up here. I saw visibility is pretty low down here too, all things considered. Take a look at these road conditions. How many people we got watching right now? Get off here and get some gas real quick. Take a look at the lay of the land. If you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. We are currently in Woodmore, Colorado. Almost 70. Wow, that's a... Oh, we have an accident here. Did not see that. Looks like we have two vehicles spun out. What I can do to help them, though. I'm going to get gas here at this Valero. We're going to take a look at the snow depth. And as you guys can see, well, never mind, we're not that Valero. We're gonna get gas up here at this QT. Get some more hot chocolate, refill the hot chocolate. I want to thank everybody who is tuned in to, how do we get into this Valero? Is it up here? Maybe. I guess we'll find out. Oh, maybe the entrance is over there. It is actually a little bit below freezing right now. We are at 26 degrees Fahrenheit currently. We're in Woodmore, Colorado. On Old Denver Road, as compared to the New Denver Road, I suppose. Yep, I'm gonna restock on hot chocolate here up at QT, get some gas, and get back out on the highway. Yeah, 26 is pretty chilly. The wind chill, I imagine it's probably a little bit colder. Can I get to the gas station here? I guess we'll find out. As you can see, looks like we got about 3 to 4 inches of accumulated snow on the ground here. And we're in Woodmore, Colorado. You can see visibility's gone down quite a bit now too. We can't see the mountains anymore. I reckon that's probably about a mile of visibility up ahead now. Scrape some more of the ice off the car. So hang tight, folks. Get cleaned up. Alright, sit tight. Gotta get some gas, get cleaned up. Get some more ice off the car. We'll be right back, folks. Oh, nothing wrong with the car, Justin. Nothing wrong with the car, Justin. I have just gotten in the habit of checking the oil and checking the, I have a, my, timing cover has got a leak, and my, water pump's got a leak on it. So I, just got to keep an eye on my, coolant and oil levels. Now I've got a leak on my water pump, got a leak in my timing cover, so they're pretty minor. I'm not losing that much in terms of fluids. I put a piece of cardboard out underneath my car overnight, and I got maybe 1 or 2 drips there, but they're small enough for now. I just got to keep an eye on them. So I just every 200 miles I just check my fluid levels, make sure I'm not low on anything. I've blown up enough Subarus, I've blown the engines on enough cars at this point that I just check my fluid levels every time I get gas, just to make sure that I'm not going to destroy my car. Hey, Papa John, nice to see ya. They were out of hot chocolate. A major disappointment. Not enough to ruin the trip, but definitely means I'm going to be stopping again soon. Actually, probably we'll have to stop. I know that there's a Love's a little bit north of Colorado Springs, so we'll be stopping there soon enough, I'm sure. Oh, I didn't even notice. spotter dot turned on right now. Well, actually, let me check. I should have my spotter dot turned on right now. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, I just turned on my spotter dot, so my location is being recorded on Radar Omega and WeatherWise. Yeah, so my spotter dot's turned on. You should be able to see how far away from them I am. If you're on Radar Omega, you should be able to tell my distance from them right now. Side of Colorado Springs right now. They're on C470 west of Highlands Ranch, so they're in Denver right now. That's pretty far north of me, actually. It's about hour to 2 hours north of me right now. That's a toll road that they're on, actually. I actually used to have to drive that road for when I worked as a medical courier. There was there's a hospital out there I used to work at. That's I'm trying to think where that area is. That's actually close to the it's not the Devil's Backbone, that's the Flatirons. That would actually be a cool place to go visit right now, actually. Actually, that would be really great for this storm chase today. Just to get up there to the Devil's Backbone and show you guys that. Let's see if I can get up to the Devil's Backbone. It's probably about a 2-3 hour drive, but I think this vehicle can probably handle that drive too. Yeah, that is C470 is that area is basically Littleton. Yeah. Snow out to the east of me right now, pushing into that area. We are going to be getting into a little bit heavier snow down here, actually, in Colorado Springs. You can see that there's a little bit more accumulation here. Visibility is dropping a little bit. Well, thank you so much, Stormy Nessie. I appreciate that. If you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. I don't normally do winter storm chasing, but I'm making an exception today since I didn't really have anything else going on. I typically chase here in Colorado. I also chase in Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, covering the winter weather conditions here up along the Colorado Front Range. I'm just covering down here in Colorado Springs right now. I may push up into the foothills a little bit, or maybe go to Manitou Springs. Here along the Colorado Front Range, and it looks like there are still some lingering winter storm warnings up in the high country, particularly in southern Colorado, which is where I'm headed right now. Those definitely are trending more towards the New Mexico side of things. Looks like we've got about 2 to 3 inches of accumulation down here. In some areas, looks like we maybe have closer to 4 to 6 inches of accumulation. Just giving you guys some coverage of winter weather conditions that we have here in south and central Colorado. This is our first somewhat significant winter storm here in Colorado. As I've said before on this stream, snow is pretty important here to Colorado. We depend on the snow to replenish our snowpack every year. The snowpack is really crucial to Colorado's ecosystem to replenish our lakes and rivers every year, as all of our lakes and rivers are caused by snow melt and glacier melt every spring and summer. Those provide for all of our agricultural communities out in eastern Colorado. You guys see during the spring and summer, I do all of my storm chasing out in eastern Colorado. You guys saw those tornadoes I caught out there this summer and spring. All the snow is also really crucial to all of Colorado's fire mitigation efforts. You guys will recall that our fire season happens during early to late summer, but we also get a fire season during winter as well. You guys will recall the Marshall Fire of 2021, lost over 1,000 homes up between Denver and Boulder. We need to get the snow on the ground to help prevent those strong, dry winter winds from causing wildfires in the winter. If you're a channel member, I have a Google Drive folder that I will post out later today as I will post a link to the Google Drive. If you're a channel member, you get access to my HD photography from all my storm chases. I will post that. I'll repost that link for channel members later. When I get home from this chase. I also have a Discord where I post some of my storm photography out in the Discord. Accumulation down here in Walsenburg, Colorado City. So we're gonna push. We're gonna push down towards Pueblo today. Try to get down to that area. We actually have a secondary side mission to accomplish today, actually, guys. Back in May, I was on a storm chase where I lost one of my GoPros in a ditch. Now, I actually had an Apple AirTag on that GoPro, and I didn't have time to fall back to recover it because that was a long track cyclical supercell that produced, it was producing funnel clouds and tornadoes. So it was a supercell that tracked all the way from Kim, Colorado, through the Oklahoma Panhandle, through the Texas Panhandle, and then back into Oklahoma again. It was kind of a wild storm chase. It was a pretty crazy storm. I believe John McKinney, who's in the chat right now, was also on that storm. I lost one of my GoPros on that chase. I just got a notification yesterday that the Apple AirTag I had on that GoPro just pinged, so somebody went past it with their iPhone. Since we're headed that way anyways today, and I'm on a vehicle that might be able to handle that terrain, yeah, that was back in May. John, I think you remember that chase as well. That was that long track cyclical supercell back in May that went from Kim, Colorado all the way into Oklahoma. If you guys are down for it, if you always want to help me recover that GoPro with me today, if you guys are up for an adventure, we might very well get out there. Get down to Pueblo and then shoot east past La Junta down into the Oklahoma Panhandle. Go have an adventure and try to recover it. We'll have to pass through a bunch of snow. Yeah, John, I'm actually using I reactivated my T-Mobile Wi-Fi or cellular connection, so I'm actually using a bonded, using a network bonding right now. I got Moblin and I got Verizon and T-Mobile running right now. So I got the dual bonded connection. What do you guys say? Go do a treasure hunt, see if we can't recover my lost GoPro. It probably still has footage of that tornado on it too. Alright, we'll do a treasure hunt stream. Wow! Thank you! Give us an excuse to go punch through these heavier snow bands. what is it? Where in the world is Carmen Sandy GoPro? Hey, there it is. Oh, come on, no points for that pun. I thought it was good. Hey Derek, nice to see you. If you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. We are actually headed towards the well, we're headed towards southern Colorado to catch this big blob of snow that's moving south right now. We're gonna go try to recover a GoPro that I lost 7 months ago off of my vehicle. It's currently in a ditch somewhere on the somewhere in southern Colorado, right near the Oklahoma border. It'll be probably a 4-hour drive down, 4-hour drive back, but that'll give us a chance to see the beautiful desert on that side of the state. Current outside temperature is hovering at about 29 degrees.
road closures, but it may have unpaved roads. You're on the fastest route. You should reach your destination by 2:14 p.m.
Looks like this person's having some trouble. Oh, how are we doing? Are we back in focus now, guys? How's that picture quality looking for you guys? Let me lock that focus back in. Okay, cool. Sorry, had to, app was having some problems. Rig. Well, I am driving a 2013 Subaru Forester. I've got a dual bonded network connected setup with a iPhone 14, I think. I got a V-Boost signal amplifier in the vehicle here to help boost the T-Mobile connection. The signal amplifier doesn't work so great for the Verizon, but it does help the Weeboot. That does help the T-Mobile connection. And then I have a kind of a cheap Android tablet on here for my radar display. And then I've got a then I got the Overland femtocell 18-inch signal mast up above. I used to carry a lot more camera equipment with me, but as it turns out, if I spend a lot of money filming tornadoes and stuff with high-end camera equipment, nobody watches the videos. So I've switched primarily just to live streaming. I've joined the Subaru cult. Always looking for ways to improve my my signal. I'd like to get a Starlink panel. Currently, I'm not employed. I talk about this every once in a while, but professionally, I work as a game developer. By trade, I'm an animator. The game studio that I worked for just went out of business. Well, the company I work for closed their gaming division, so they just laid off all 400 of us employees. So I'm going to try to make it full-time as a storm chaser this year. So we'll see how it works. You know, I would love to own a what do they call that? One of those what are those Windows notebooks with the detachable screens? I forget what those are called. I would much rather be working off of one of those Windows tablets, though. You know, honestly, I've been thinking about making a career change for a while. I've worked in animation for the last 10 years, and it's honestly a kind of a volatile industry to be working in. The industry has sort of been marred by layoffs and kind of unstable working conditions for years. It's not really been a very stable career field to work in. And you know, as I am now as I'm beginning to enter middle age, I kind of don't like having to kind of switch my career around so frequently. I don't like having to move and change cities and have to find new studios every couple of years. I definitely would prefer the stability of a long-term career. And I realize that YouTube doesn't really necessarily provide that either. So I've definitely been looking at the possibility of retraining and going into and a lot of studios have also been pushing for AI as well. That's been kind of encroaching on the animation space. You know, like Coca-Cola has always kind of been an innovator in like the animation space. They're sort of famous like Coca-Cola like TV ads, you know, and so like they've recently done a lot of generative AI TV commercials lately. The writing is sort of on the wall that like companies like Disney recently has been releasing like some AI shorts, and that's kind of, they've been trying to sort of undercut the market for high quality animation work. So I definitely have been considering, you know, pivoting to the trades, going back and getting re-educated to do something like looking at like aviation mechanics. I don't know that AI as a career field is necessarily going to be stable either necessarily, though, because at least from the AI models that I've used, they don't offer the same type of quality consistency that you can get with conventional animation. So I don't necessarily see that being a necessarily viable option either, unless you're the person writing the actual code behind large language models. I think I would much rather do something on my feet. Yeah, I need to pull off and get these, my windshield wipers are not windshield wiping right now. I'm going to have to get off at the next stop and de-ice my windshield wipers. We're headed towards Kim, Colorado to stay up with a snow band that's kind of moving east. We're also going to be catching up with we're going on a treasure hunt today. We're actually going to go recover a GoPro that I lost earlier this year to on another storm chase earlier this year. I had a GoPro that I was chasing a cyclical supercell earlier during the year. That was a storm chase that John McKinney was on as well. Actually, there's a cyclical supercell that tracked from Kim, Colorado, through the Oklahoma Panhandle, through the Texas Panhandle, and back into Oklahoma again. And I had a GoPro on the outside of my car that came off, and I had an Apple AirTag on it, and it actually just pinged my phone pretty recently. And so we're actually going to go try to recover that, and it just so happens that takes us through a pretty heavy snow. So we're going to try to recover it. We're about 3 hours out from being able to pick up that GoPro. And now that I'm in a large vehicle that can handle that, there we go. We're starting to, I got max defrost on. I'm starting to clear off all that ice off the wiper blades. Now, So Rain-X actually does not work very well during the winter because the freezing cold actually causes the Rain-X to kind of lose its structure a little bit. Visibility is much better now, though. You can't put a drop or two of antifreeze in your cleaned it right up. Just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We are currently on our way to go recover a lost GoPro in southern Colorado. We're out here on the freeway here in I don't know where we are actually right now. I think we're south of Colorado Springs. We're about to make a turn in Pueblo to head east, got through a snow band to make our way out to where that lost GoPro is. We're about to recover a GoPro that I lost over the summer on a storm chase while tracking a cyclical supercell. That GoPro has some footage of possibly has footage of a tornado on it, so we're going to try to recover that GoPro. I know where that GoPro is now thanks to a AirTag I had on it. So we're gonna be able to pick up that GoPro here in about 3 hours, give or take. And that'll also take us through some heavy winter weather out on the eastern plains. So we're gonna be passing through Pueblo, Colorado. We're gonna see some heavy winter weather as we pass through there. That'll probably be taking us through La Junta, and Lamar, Colorado, and Kim, Colorado. So it'll be a nice little winter storm chase today. As always, I'm very glad to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining me on today's little adventure. having a problem. So because you can change your username to anything, right? So I could, you know, YouTube was having a problem with that. So they've been so slowly getting rid of it. And the reason that they've done that is because like the handles are unique, right? Like your handle is like completely unique. It has to be unique. But the usernames aren't unique. So in theory, people could like change their username. And people were like creating impersonation accounts and stuff. Yeah, Pueblo to Lamar on Highway 50 is going to be pretty rough. That highway is getting hit pretty hard by winter storms right now. So the idea is like, because it was very easy for people to impersonate other people by changing their username. So YouTube is reverting back to the old way of doing things by displaying the handle instead of the username to prevent people from impersonating each other. So it's like a security measure, and it makes sense why they're doing it. That's the way that the old internet used to work. Based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently, we're headed to Pueblo, Colorado to cut across on Highway 50 to get up to Lamar, where we're going to try to recover a GoPro I lost on a storm chase over the summer. That GoPro is lying in a ditch somewhere right now, so we're going to try to recover it. Oh hey, looks like there's a Love's at the next exit also. So we might stop there to obtain some more hot chocolate. As is tradition.
miles, use the middle lane to take exit 101 for US 50 West toward Cannon City.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty variable. Down here, it seems like we've got about 3-4 inches of accumulation, at least off the freeway. Also, welcome to the party, Mason. Glad to have you, as always. Mason, I'm going to recover that GoPro I lost down here in on the Oklahoma border. Down here in Pueblo right now. That does mean it's going to take us through that snow band that's still coming down there out by Ordway and La Junta. Also, morning, Mason. We had a good I hope your flight in was good. Oh no, that's exit 102, exit 101. Everybody, welcome in Storm Chaser Mason Harris. Make sure to go subscribe to Mason, good friend of mine. Regular partner in cool crimes. Fellow cool criminal.
In a half mile, use the middle lane to take exit 101 for US 50 West toward Cannon City. Use the middle lane to take exit 101, then use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto the Colorado 47 East ramp. Use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto the Colorado 47 East ramp, then continue straight onto Colorado 47 East. Continue straight onto Colorado 47 East.
I hate this intersection so much. You guys will see why. It's like impossible to tell when this light has changed. Yeah, me and Mason have done all sorts of
Continue on
cool
Colorado
crimes
47 East for 5 miles.
like arson. Just kidding. We haven't done that. That's not a cool crime. Joining me now, my name's Patrick, I'm a Storm Chaser. Today we are recovering some lost treasures. Back in May, I had a storm chase in southern Colorado where we tracked a long track cyclical supercell from Kim, Colorado through the Oklahoma Panhandle, through the Texas Panhandle, and then back into Oklahoma again. On that chase, I lost a GoPro off my car, and I had an air tag on my GoPro, and I just got a ping from that air tag. So we're gonna track this winter storm through southern Colorado out into eastern Colorado, and while we're chasing that snowstorm, we're also gonna go recover that GoPro. So we're really glad to have you here. Thanks for joining me on this. This highway is kind of spotty for cellular service. So I do have my dual bonded network connection running today. So I am running off of 2 network carriers. Once we get out past La Junta, we are going to lose cell service between La Junta and Lamar. So cell signal is going to get a little bit spotty. So we will stop to get some more to restock our supply of hot chocolate in La Junta. But the signal will get a little bit spotty, especially once we get between La Junta and Lamar. And then once we get from Lamar to Kim, Colorado, we're going to lose signal for a little ways. they'll probably we'll probably stop. I think they I think they have a Love's in La Junta. I'm pretty sure they have one there. I know for sure. I think they have one in Lamar though. You might check though. You might check to see. Well, either stop in La Junta or Lamar. You'll have to let me know. I'm pretty sure there's a Love's in Lamar though, because Lamar's is a stop for is a truck stop. It's a truck stop town. La Junta probably not, but Lamar I think there probably is one there, because Lamar is like a stop for like truckers coming up from Oklahoma. Highway 50 is not really like a well-traveled truck route. Lamar is though, because that's on Highway 287. Because 287, if I remember correctly, goes all the way from Juarez, Mexico, up to I want to say Billings, Montana. It goes a ways.
Half a mile, turn left onto the ramp to airport.
Excuse me? Where does this want me to turn? Oh, we're on 47 right now. It's going to have me turn onto 50. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's one in Lamar. Well, that's right. It's because the highway's closed here. I need to take a little doobly-doo up here.
Turn left onto the ramp to airport, then merge onto US 50 East.
Roll again. Alright. I like to make fun of Lamar. I probably shouldn't, but Lamar's a goofy town.
Continue on US 50 East for 61 miles.
Wait, did they close? John, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Lisa, thank you so much for doing the hot chocolate checkup. I appreciate you. W's in chat for John, everyone. So Mason, you know how I showed you that that Lego Starship Enterprise I was trying to get my hands on? So it became available for sale on the 28th. And I had it all lined up in my cart, ready to go. I waited up for it to become available. Every single one sold out within 3 minutes of it becoming available. Every last one. The website crashed when it went live. Bots and scalpers bought every single last one before I could get an order placed. And now they're showing up on eBay for like thousands of dollars. Because of course they are. Why wouldn't they? I know. Yeah, I was really gunning for that Lego Enterprise D. You have no idea. My two favorite things, Star Trek and Lego. Couldn't. Of course, those were going to sell out immediately. I realized I was being a bit optimistic, thinking I might be able to get my hands on one, but you know. GoPro that I lost on a storm chase earlier this year. I was chasing a long track cyclical supercell from Kim, Colorado out through the Oklahoma Panhandle. Snow bands on the way out here. Looks like we have about 2 inches of snow accumulation here. Check out, I do have my spotter dot turned on, so you guys can get my current location by logging onto any of the popular weather radar apps such as Radar data weather-wise or radar scope. I do have my location being tracked in real time right now. You can look me up. My name is same everywhere. I am Patrick Pineda. You can find me. My current location on any of those storm spotting applications. It does look like I'm going to be passing through some more of these snow bands out near La Junta. I am going to be intercepting this heavier snowfall here as I continue to head south. Again, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser covering the winter weather here in southern Colorado. We're headed out towards Campo, Colorado to try to pick up a lost item. We're going on a treasure hunt today, trying to pick up a lost a GoPro earlier this year. Looks like we have not nearly as much snow accumulation down here in southern Colorado, not out here anyways. Looks like we probably only have about 1 inch to 2 inches of snow accumulation right now. Just a little bit to take a phone call. expecting it to get kind of patchy once I get past La Junta, closer to Lamar, because T-Mobile and T-Mobile and Verizon don't have good coverage out there. AT&T is the major carrier out that side of Colorado. That side of the state, I would be better served if I was using Starlink. Joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently, we are headed out towards La Junta, Colorado. We are currently intercepting a snow band that is currently moving to the southeast through south central Colorado, well, through southern Colorado. We're on a treasure hunt. We're going out here to recover a GoPro that I lost over the spring on a storm chase, tracking a Lawn Track cyclical supercell that formed up here in Kim, Colorado, earlier this year. No problem, Lisa. I'm glad to be out chasing again today. Feels good to be back out here. Cold winter day. Just glad that we're getting some snow here out in Colorado. We're about 2 hours and 30 minutes away from our target, which is a little town called Campo, Colorado, which is where I lost my GoPro. We're gonna try to recover that camera. Probably lying in a ditch somewhere. Now that camera probably has footage of a tornado on it, so I'm going to try to find that and see if I can get a tornado video out today. To see if I can get that out on the channel tonight. pretty much out in the boondocks right now. There's not a whole lot out here. As they start passing through some of these canyons, we're going to be losing line of sight with a lot of these cellular towers out here. So the connection's going to get a little bit spotty. We are starting to get out into some really, really remote and rural areas right now. So your patience is appreciated. Signal connections are normal, signal disconnects are normal and expected out here. There's not a lot out here, right, out in this area. Not a whole lot out here, except tall tales and tumbleweeds. Tumbleweed is better known as as an invasive species. It is actually called the Russian thistle. It is not from the United States. It's actually from Siberia. Yeah, Campo is basically in Oklahoma. Basically going to Oklahoma today. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Yeah, we're basically going to Oklahoma today to get that, to recover that camera. Drive is also going to be unpaved, which I'm not looking forward to, but I think most of the area that we're going to be going, once we punch through this storm, we're actually going to be seeing blue skies for a lot of the way. It's actually, that landscape down there is actually pretty wild. Like, if you ever seen any Western movies with all the beautiful red canyon lands, and it looks like a Wild West movie down there. So I bet it'll look especially pretty with all the snow. It's all red clay and stuff. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I also believe that there's some cliff dwellings down there too. So we might see some, we might actually see some ruins down there too. Been going up, kind of going up and down here, John. It looks like we were down at 24 for a bit, but now we're back up to 32. not unexpected as we get further south, though. Yeah, actually, I think once we get to Wahunta, we're probably going to end up cutting south through Wahunta down to Kim, and then Kim to Campo. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes out from our target, so we'll probably get there about 2:30. Will be nice. Which will be nice. We won't be taking any dirt roads through the desert after dark, which will be nice. Thank you guys so much for all the new subscribers. I am grateful to all of you guys. I really appreciate it. I know that I hit 3.2 a while ago, but I lost a few when I had to hide my channel for my insurance for a little bit. So I appreciate all of you guys so very much for all being here. You guys are amazing. This channel is a product. Nothing happens in a vacuum. This channel is very much the product of the people who watch it. Very much a believer in the philosophy that no man is an island. I owe a lot to other people who have come before me, who pioneered a lot of the cool things that it takes to make a storm chasing channel possible. Whether that's people like Hobbs, that's why am I drawing a blank? Connor's dad, who pioneered a lot of this tech that is required to. Cassandra, it's nice to see you. That's Connor's dad, who has pioneered a lot of the technology in the IRL streaming space to make all these live streams possible with the stable remote connections, with the network bonding stuff. Whether that's John, who has helped out a lot with like the cool magnet mounts for the smartphones that I use for magnet mounts that I use for placing my smartphone in the car. Or people like Vince, who kind of got me turned on to the idea of using those PTZ cameras up on the roof, like Storm Runner Media. There's just the storm chasing community is really great. So I owe a lot of the success of this channel is just to other people who have innovated the art of live streaming on the road. It's also thanks to a lot of the viewers who watch this stuff, who've helped improve the craft, improve the quality of the content, or the viewers who give feedback and watch the channel and make it possible to do these things. So I love a lot to you guys. So 3.2K. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's great to have you guys along for the ride. I'm humbled and honored and grateful for all of your support. into Colorado. Are we in Rocky Ford yet? Where are we? We're coming up on like one of my favorite little small Colorado towns, Manzanola, which is just a fun little town name. So, if you guys can see on the stream, the roads look like they are icy, but that is not ice. That is actually water pooling on the road. We're actually at 33 degrees. We are not quite at the freezing point. We're also we're just above freezing where we're at. We also aren't quite seeing nearly as much accumulation out here right now. You guys are going to have to let me know if my location is updating, by the way. I keep the location display in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. joining us now, my name is Patrick. I am a storm chaser, but today we are treasure chasers, treasure hunters, adventurers. I'm covering the winter storm that's coming through Colorado right now. We're currently somewhere near Manzanola, Colorado, which is in southern Colorado. We're tracking a snow band that is currently moving east out of the Front Range across the southern plains of Colorado. right now the snow's coming down a little bit lighter than it was earlier. We're tracking this as it moves out, this winter storm as it moves out from the Front Range out into the plains. We're going to be recovering a camera that I lost over the summer. I tracked a long track cyclical supercell from Kim, Colorado through the Oklahoma Panhandle into Texas over the summer, and I lost a GoPro off my car. That GoPro had an air tag, a tracking chip on it basically, and I got a ping on it, so I've located it. So we're gonna go recover that tracking beacon basically. My name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We're tracking some winter. Patrick, I'm a storm chaser. We're tracking some winter weathers. It tracks out from the Colorado Front Range out into eastern Colorado. We're also going to go recover a camera I lost over the summer that I had a tracking chip on. That tracking chip just called home today, or yesterday, so we're going to try to go recover that camera today. It's out somewhere right along the Colorado-Oklahoma border. We're going to try to go recover it today now that I'm in a new vehicle. Shouldn't be too hard in this new vehicle since it's a lot better suited for that kind of rough terrain than my old sedan was. We're also going to be covering this winter weather as it moves out from the Colorado Front Range out into the open country. We're currently somewhere near Manzanola, Colorado. If you're new to the channel, I'm so glad to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We're glad to have you here. I don't normally chase winter weather. It's kind of new for me. I typically chase tornadoes in the spring, but all the same, I'm glad to have you here. We got some trains today. Let's see what we got. We got some hopper cars here. Anybody knows what these markings mean on this train? You can tell me. Hell yeah, trains. So if anybody can tell me anything about that train, let me know. Rail fans in the audience. This channel, I have channel memberships available. Channel memberships give you access to some cool pixel art emojis that I drew myself. For those of you who do not know, outside of my storm chasing professionally, I am a animator, a pixel artist. I work on video games. I think you're right. PS train intercept, guys. know there's a light coming up. We'll catch it up at the next intersection. Catch it when it comes up through Rocky Ford. We'll definitely see that train again when we're coming back from recovering my camera. I'll do a quick update on the weather though. Take a look at the weather radar. Let's see. Well, it looks like our snow is actually mostly north of us at this point. Thanks so much for being here. Always glad to see you in the chat. Thanks once again for calling out to Lamar to check in on the gas station. We're going to actually be diving south when we get to La Junta to get down towards Campo. Again, we are picking up once again, we're actually headed towards Campo, Colorado today to try to recover a camera I lost over the summer on a tornado chase. We'll be resuming our winter storm chase once we've recovered that camera, but we will be passing through those snow bands again later this afternoon as we head north again. So we'll be with this winter storm for most of the day. Again, we're about looks like about an hour and 40 minutes away from our target. Right now we're passing through the town of Rocky Ford, a place that I'm told is famous for onions. Apparently there's onions around here somewhere. Somebody told me that this place is known for its onions. Can't confirm that. Maybe somebody in chat can Google that for me. Well, I don't know if there's any beef here. I know that this town has got some kind of an interesting history to it. You guys can actually see there's kind of a historic house right there. An authentic Victorian era home. Most of these buildings in this town, I believe, are like 100 years old or so. You can see that we've got that kind of Art Deco. You guys can see, so I was really interested in this building here, for instance. This Art Deco architecture here is very old. If I'm not mistaken, this building was built in 1907. You can kind of tell from the architectural style too. It's got that Art Deco look. It's got those keystones there. It's very cool. Is one of the older kind of frontier towns in Colorado. Into another snow band here. All weather, not all terrain. Weather, so it'll be snow and rain. I'd like to put directional tires on this, but they're pretty noisy. So I had directional tires on my previous vehicle. I like them pretty good. So that's kind of the trade-off. I do need to put a new set of tires on. That's actually something I was planning on getting done today after I finish up this chase. I was going to try to wear them out on these dirt roads I'm going to be hitting later when I go to recover my camera. If you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser recovering the winter weather here in southern Colorado. I'm going to go recover a camera that I lost over the summer. It's a GoPro that got lost from me in southern Colorado on a storm chase back in May. I had a Apple AirTag, a beacon that the camera came attached from the vehicle on when I was chasing a cyclical supercell, a tornado producer from Kim, Colorado, that tracked through the Oklahoma Panhandle into the Texas Panhandle and back into Oklahoma again over the summer. The AirTag basically got pinged yesterday, so I know where it's located now. So I just gotta get down. We're gonna go try and recover that camera today and bring it back home. And hopefully there's some footage of a tornado on it too. So we're gonna do that on this winter day today. Colorado. Excuse me, this is Swink, Colorado. La Junta is next. La Junta means the junction. It is predictably a railroad town. It's basically halfway between Lamar and Pueblo. It's on the south side of the state. Exact location. I currently have a spotter beacon turned on. You can go to if you want to see my exact location, you can go online to the WeatherWise app, and you can look me up by name. My name is Patrick Pineda. You can see my if you turn on the storm spotters layer, storm chasers layer, you can search my name. You can find my exact location. That's WeatherWise. You can find me on WeatherWise if you want to see my exact location. But it's in the southeast corner of Colorado. It's the center of the southeast quadrant of Colorado. And if you want to find my exact location, you can find me on any weather, any real-time weather app that tracks storm spotter locations. So that's WeatherWise, Radar Omega, Radar Scope, on those maps. We're about an hour and 40 minutes out from recovering my lost camera. And if you're you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Right now I'm currently in La Junta, Colorado, about to recover a lost camera that I lost over the summer. We're currently tracking a winter storm that hit the Front Range earlier, is now moving its way out onto the southeastern Colorado plains. You can see we don't have nearly as much snow accumulation as we saw earlier in the Front Range and in the foothills. We're going to be making a southbound turn, getting onto some dirt roads into the canyon lands. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from. I'm always curious to find out where my viewers are. Let me know where around the world you are joining me from. I'll have to show you dig up some footage from my storm chase up in Montana. From what I'm told, that High Plains area up there looks remarkably like Scotland. Winnipeg, Manitoba. Canadian viewers, actually. I feel like I have a lot of Scottish viewers too. Bill Barclays is from Scotland. The Great White North. I would love to do some storm chasing in Canada next year. I used to live in Minnesota, and I never really took the opportunity to get up and see the boundary waters and actually get up into Canada. I just never renewed my passport, so I never took the time to actually get up there. Maybe I'll have the time to do that next year, because Canada's tornado season is kind of like into July and stuff. I know there were a couple photogenic tornadoes up in Canada this year. Seem to recall
in a quarter mile, turn right onto Bradish Avenue.
Just got distracted by a cool car. Seem to recall Brandon got stuck up in Canada this year.
Take the second right onto Bradish Avenue, then turn left onto East 3rd Street.
Turn. Slow turn. I would think that Alberta would get most of the tornadoes, honestly, because like Alberta... Interesting.
At the stop sign, turn left onto East 3rd Street, then turn right onto Colorado 109 South, Adams Avenue.
So I remember there were a couple tornado warning storms up by Edmonton.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Colorado 109 South, Adams Avenue. Continue on Colorado 109 South for 56 miles.
Joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently, we are in La Junta, Colorado, headed south towards Campo, Colorado to recover a camera that I lost over the summer. We're using this opportunity to chase a winter storm that is moving through southeastern Colorado. You guys can see that we've got a little bit of snow down here. We'll be headed north later this afternoon to catch back up with a little bit heavier snowfall in northern Colorado. Doesn't look like we have too much snow accumulation here down in southern Colorado. We will be seeing more snow accumulation, more winter weather effects as we return north later. We're actually a little bit ahead of the storm, so we'll actually see this the intensity of the storm pick up. We are going to be passing through some fairly beautiful, fairly scenic territory as we move further south. We're also going to be moving out into the boondocks, so you should expect the signal to start getting a little bit spotty as we get south of La Junta. When I say we're getting out into the boondocks, we're truly getting out into the boondocks. We're going out into the canyon lands right now. So we're going to see some really beautiful photogenic scenery out here, but we're also going to be in some extremely rural areas going forward here. So do expect the signal to drop intermittently, and once we get closer to where I lost my camera, we're going to lose the signal entirely. I am using a dual bonded network connection in here right now. I don't have a Starlink panel though, so we're going to get to some places that are extremely remote. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I recall actually hearing about a lot of tornadoes well, no, that's not true. I remember seeing a lot of tornado warnings in Manitoba this year. So we are now pretty squarely into the southern desert of Colorado. Today we're covering the winter weather effects here in southern Colorado. We're tracking with a winter storm that is blanketing the Front Range. We're actually here in southern Colorado recovering a camera that I lost over the summer. We're going to bop on down to the Oklahoma border to recover a camera I lost on a storm chase over the summer. I put a tracking beacon on it, one of those Apple AirTags. I'm going to try to recover that camera today, and then as we move with this winter storm, then we're going to punch back north again after I collect that camera and check in on the snow as we come back north again to pick it up. So thanks everyone for being here. So I don't anticipate this stream will be particularly high quality as the day moves, as I get further south. I will expect this stream to improve in quality pretty substantially though, as I get further north again and get further into this winter storm. So I'm going to be working on recovering that camera for the next hour and a half. Oh man, I lost that camera back on May 27th. So that was, or maybe June 1st. It was a long time ago. That camera's been in that ditch probably for however long it's been since May. 7 months. It's been down there for a while. But I'm hoping that camera's got some tornado footage on it, so. That was 2 cars ago. I mean, the battery's long been out, but I mean, still got an air tag on it though, so we'll see. Yeah, it's a GoPro Hero 8. So it's waterproof. Can like this stream. We are going into a low signal area. Are we back? Maybe? Maybe we're back? As mentioned previously, we are going to lose this connection again in a very short amount of time. So this connection is only back for a very brief amount of time here. We are back very briefly. This connection is going to go down again very shortly, so don't get used to it. Quality will improve. Yeah, these wiper blades have a lot to be desired. We're in an extremely remote rural area. This poor connection quality is going to continue to be poor for the next hour or so. For probably the next 2 hours. Once we get back up into northern Colorado, when we get to where the winter storm is going to re-intensify, we will have a better connection. This area where we happen to be right now just happens to have a very poor connection. When I say that we are in an extremely remote area, I truly do mean we are in an extremely remote area. Yeah, because we're on top of a hill right now. It does sound a bit like a duck, doesn't it? This highway is pretty icy and slick right now. I'm taking it extremely slow right now. In fact, I may end up actually driving back through Texas. Yeah, that's actually the way we're going to be coming back. We are going to be coming back through Fountain on the way back, so we'll be seeing a lot of that heavy snow as we come back through Fountain. I was in Fountain earlier. Yeah, as I was passing that truck earlier, I noticed that I had basically zero traction. So I may end up even putting chains on the vehicle to come back up. Yeah, I had to spin out on black ice once before, and do not want to repeat that experience. If you ever wonder why the road does these weird little jogs like this, where it'll have a little bend like this for no reason, it's actually because the road is trying to realign itself with another straightaway stretch, because the earth is curved. between the whenever you see the road take weird bends like that, on a seeming straightaway, it actually turns like roads actually turn like that. Country roads like that randomly turn like this for a reason. It's actually because roads out here in the boondocks like that aren't perfectly straight because they are realigning with the reason they're not a perfect grid is because they're accounting for the curvature of the earth. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to drive through Texas on the way back instead of coming the way I came, just to avoid that ice up there. So getting in an accident out here would be suck, because I am 5 hours away from the nearest hospital. Out, but wait, I am almost to the location of my lost camera. 45 minutes away from it. How are we doing for time? 1:20. So I'm making good time. I should be out of the, yeah, there's some black ice right up ahead. Very short. Yeah, I should be out of these. Out of these extremely rural areas before sunset. Sunset is, I think, probably 5 o'clock, so it's 3 hours to get back north again. Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. About to get a really great view here of the canyon lands out here. Sharp turn. Very sharp turn. Campo, Colorado to recover a camera that I lost over the summer. We'll be returning back to our winter storm chasing after I recover that camera. I'm headed towards Campo. Campo is on the border of Colorado and Oklahoma. Not really, it's actually pretty still out here right now. Hear that. Yeah, right now this chase, we're at kind of a boring part of this chase as we're kind of leaving the severe area right now. We will be punching back into that severe area as we head north again. road is a whole lot better than the one I was just on. Yep, I mean it is high plains out here, so scenery shouldn't be all that surprising to you. We'll be getting back into the heavier snow in just a little bit here. Conditions out here on this road are definitely much better though. We are currently headed east. We're headed east at the moment. we are on a treasure hunt chase. We're going to recover a camera. Identified that cell. The cell was to the south of me here. This is when we decided to turn off one of those canyon lands. We started to drop south on it. Hoping that that camera has got some tornado footage on it. Very spotty for a little bit. It's going to be very intermittent. Yeah, I'm primarily a tornado chaser. I don't really do winter storm chases that frequently. If you're just joining me now, my name's Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. Right now, I'm going to go recover a camera from a tornado chase over the summer. that I had lost on one of these dirt roads down here. Once we recover that camera, we're going to head north again, back to an area where we have better cellular service. And then hopefully there is some tornado footage on that camera that I'll be able to put out on the channel. Maybe I'll do a live premiere or a live stream of that tomorrow or something. Thanks everybody who's joined the channel today. Thanks everybody who's been following and watching this. Again, we will resume our blizzard and winter storm coverage as we head back north again later this afternoon. So you can look forward to more winter storm coverage in about 2 hours. We're about 30 minutes away from picking up the camera, so we're almost there. Hopefully that camera has got some good tornado footage on it. I was kind of surprised to find out that camera is still out here. But thanks everybody who's joined the streams, watching live right now. Once we get that camera, we'll be headed back north again to check out those winter storms. This is kind of a treasure hunt adventure right now. About 30 minutes away from collecting that camera. I have to do a little bit of adventurous driving on these back roads. Avoid some patches of ice here. The signal quality down here is extremely poor. Get a new battery for that AirTag. Totally. We're getting about where the roads start to get really sketchy. I don't think I'm going to need to put my chains on. We'll see though. I mean, they were really sketchy over the summer. We'll see how sketchy they get when we get down to the canyon lands. I remember they were pretty sketchy when I was out here chasing. We're actually south of Campo at this point. basically in Oklahoma. Oh yeah. This is functionally... Oh no, I guess we're not south of Campo. We're close to Campo. Yeah, I just got a ping. I got a notification on the. I got a notification on my phone that somebody passed close by to my camera. Because I'd marked it as missing. So I'm guessing that a hiker or a biker or a rancher, or somebody who lived out in that area, probably passed very close by to it. Somebody who lives out here. This area is extremely remote. It's mostly farming and ranching out here. So funny story about that, actually. So funny story about getting unstuck on these roads. A friend of mine Danielle actually ended up getting lost on a jeeping trail that Google Maps actually accidentally took her down. A jeeping trail is not meant for like regular, like jeeping trails are like not like regular cars are not meant to take jeep trails.
miles. Turn left onto County Road J.
On Road 13 for 7 miles.
Well, I've got a spare. I've got a spare tire. And I'm getting new tires anyways. We're out here trying to recover a lost camera that I lost in a storm chase over the summer. We'll be headed back north to get into the snow again, but I figured while I'm down here in southern Colorado, I might as well recover. Yeah, so we're gonna get some heavy snow later, so when I head back north again, we're gonna get back into the heavy snow. I figured since I'm headed this far south, I might as well get my lost camera while I'm down here. I've literally just been putting it off. So we are going to get, in about an hour and a half, we're going to get back into the heavy snow again. We're just going to recover my lost camera while I'm down here. Take a look at some of these cool clouds while we're here. We're just out here in Comanche grasslands while we are camera's got some good tornado footage on it. where I need to switch over to my Android phone from my iPhone, because I need to use my iPhone
Proceed to the route.
to locate the AirTag.
Proceed to the route.
Boy, these clouds are really low to the ground. So I'm going to switch over to streaming from my Android for a minute. The quality is probably going to dip when I stream from my Android.
In about 2.5 miles.
But I need to use the iPhone to locate the AirTag. So the signal's going to drop for a moment while I switch over. So don't go nowhere. It's just me switching devices. Cows. Boy, this looks like a Bob's Road. This does not look like
miles. Turn right onto County Road J.
This does not look like a public road. This does not look like a public road. Well, we're gonna take Bob's Road over here. You know what they say. Better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. We gotta, you know. Oh boy. We just dug this road.
In 1 mile, turn right onto County Route 15. In half a mile, turn right onto County Route 15.
I believe. Oh. Somebody picked up my camera. This appears to be at a residence. This appears to be a private residence.
Turn right onto County Route 15.
This is somebody's house. We may not be able to recover it. This is someone's house. Well then, the plot thinnens. I wonder if I can go knock the door.
In half a mile, turn right. Turn left onto County Route 15.
This is very decidedly somebody's house. Alright, well this is not where I left the camera. I wonder if I can go mosey on up there and give him a call. Yeah, that's a private residence, alright. Somebody found my camera, all right, and it appears to be in that shed over there. So, the camera appears to be in that house over there. So somebody found my camera and picked it up. And we're just gonna mosey on over and see if see if someone's home. These folks right here. We are headed out. No, I did not. That house is 100% a meth lab. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We are not hanging out there. That is, there's a reason. So that camera, I have my name and phone number and stuff printed on it in case it was lost. There's a very clear reason the people who recovered that camera did not call me to return it. That is not a place you want to be. Yep. Yep. Nope. Bad mojo. Yep. Do not want to hang around here. Yeah, let's not linger. All right, well, we are headed back into we're gonna head back up to so yeah, that camera is I'm gonna go ahead and say that camera's lost forever. Don't want to mess with those people. Had all the classic hallmarks of a place that you don't want to be. So, all right, we're headed back up to anymore. So, let's get out of here. audio sounding now? Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. Let me know how this audio sounds. Sounds like you're having some issues earlier, and I want to make sure it's working again for you. We are headed up to northern Colorado to catch on to these big snow bands as they're coming through. We should be up there within about 2 hours. yes, I am aware that I am muted. How's my audio sounding? Oh, perfect. Yep. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna see if I've been to this gas station before. We're gonna see if this pump works for me or not. All right, sit tight, folks. Get gas, get fueled up, and get back into the blizzard. We'll be into these wintry conditions here within the next half hour to an hour, folks. Sit tight. Check all the fluids real quick. Alright, hot chocolate acquired. I'm gonna take a second to eat my lunch. And then got to make a call real quick, then we'll get on the road. Yeah, this car's got high mileage on it, so I always check the oil and coolant whenever I gas up. So I'm gonna put the mute on real quick while I eat lunch real fast and watch the snow come in. So give me a second to eat lunch and then we'll get back on the road. Yes, I'm on a phone call right now, I'm aware.
Miles.
Alright, we're off. That's because we got this cool looking roll cloud coming in here under the shelf cloud as we're headed back into the snow, back into the snow.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto US 160 West Railroad Street.
Sounds mostly abandoned at this point.
Take the second right onto US 160 West Railroad Street. Continue on US 160 West for 8 miles.
little bit, to track a little bit east with this winter storm. So we should actually be there a little bit sooner than anticipated. We're going to be getting into some pretty heavy snow bands soon as we continue to track east. Or continue to track west, excuse me. You guys can see that we're starting to come up on some heavy snow bands. Justin, I got down here and found that it looks like somebody had picked up my camera and was keeping it in their home, and it did not look like somebody I wanted to make contact with. It did not look like they were conducting anything illegal at their house, so I decided it's probably not a useful effort to make contact with them. Looks like they were doing uncool crimes at their house. So anyways, we're going to be getting into some heavier snow bands here, coming up here in the next half hour. Getting back into the thick of it. Yeah, you always run in, there's always a slight chance you're gonna run into a house like that when you're out here in the boondocks. Always a risk you take. Looks like there's some pretty heavy snow coming down right now in Pueblo, so we're gonna make our way up through Pueblo again. Yeah, it's shifted a little bit more to the east, so I'm going to be punching north a little bit sooner to try to head it off as it comes through kind of more of that area I was at earlier, like Ogunta. these roads are pretty icy right now. I am going well below the speed limit at the moment. We're going to be coming up to a pretty big cell phone dead zone for a little bit as we go travel between this road and La Junta. You guys can see that we've got some really slick spots of black ice up here. We're going to start getting in some pretty heavy snow here soon. It's all in your head, Justin. Put some royalty-free stock music on to break up the monotony here, but also to avoid, getting highway hypnosis as I'm driving on a long, empty stretch of road. This is an extremely remote area. Don't want to end up going too fast on this road and losing control out here because I'm about 4 hours from the nearest hospital. It's extremely remote out here.
Next right onto Colorado 109 North.
This was really icy when I came through here the first time.
Continue on Colorado 109 North for 56 miles.
So now that these visibility conditions have dropped even further, we're gonna lose cell service when we get up here through the canyon lands. But when we pop out near La Junta, it'll be smooth sailing all the way. Now I can hear, and I don't know if you guys can hear that. Now I've got a pretty strong wind coming in from the east, actually, blowing across the road. So I'm definitely expecting some blizzard conditions to start coming in pretty hard here. You guys can even actually see that ice kind of moving across the road now. I'm actually driving on the center line with the rumble strip to give myself some extra traction. You guys can hear those crosswinds blowing across the road. That crosswinds are also going to kind of sculpt that ice on the road and make it extremely slick. I'm driving up this way now to get across this area before nightfall. The temperature is dropping pretty quick too. canyons up here, signal's going to get pretty poor because both my carriers don't have good connection up here. Oh, I wouldn't want to be an 18-wheeler on this road. Is he covering? Is he carrying? Yep, he's carrying bales. Justin's at work right now, so he's probably in and out right now. So. It's been pretty quiet all day, though. I haven't seen any. I've only seen one person that looked like they might be a troublemaker, but they kind of lost interest. Justin's here. I believe this road, I don't know if this is a state highway or not. I guess this is Highway 109. Just joining me now here, my name is Patrick, I'm a storm chaser. I went on a mission today, a mission that failed. I was on a mission to go recover a lost camera. John, it looks like somebody picked up my camera off the side of the road and brought it into their house. And when I went up to the house, all I can say is that it didn't look like it was people I wanted to mess with. I'll just leave it at that. It was had good reason to believe that these are not people that I wanted to go talk to. Looked like there were industrial activities going on in this house. Yeah. And the other thing too is I had little stickers printed on all my cameras with like my contact information in case I lost them. So like, and I also had like a lost, like you can set your AirTags to ping people with like a lost message and like your contact information. My AirTag has been pinging lost for several months now. So like, these people could have reached out to me by now if they wanted to. So. You know, people running a chemical manufacturing operation out in the boondocks, I don't necessarily want to find out what they're up to. Yeah. But it ended up being fortuitous timing, though. So that looks like I'm going to hit a big old snow band heading north again. No, not doing drugs, making them. The kind of thing happens out here. This part of the country, so didn't want to push my luck. was quite an adventure. It was at least worth checking out to see if I could recover that camera or not. Turns out, or not. But hey, you win some, you lose some. It is what it is. I suspect it's probably only a matter of time until somebody else recovers that camera, so I don't think it's the last I've heard of it. Again, my contact information is printed on that camera, so I'll be reaching out to other sources to see if I can recover it. So anyways, I got some royalty-free stock music running in the background right now to give myself a little bit of focus. We're going to be pushing back up into northern Colorado up along the Front Range and getting into this next big snow band as it comes down here. We are going to be pushing back up into the canyon lands again here, and as we get into the canyons, I am going to lose signal again. Despite having a dual bonded network connection here in the vehicle, you know, if you're in the canyons and I don't have line of sight with a cell tower, I will lose service, no matter how good the connection is. But we should get some good winter storm action as I continue to make my way north. Yeah, we're going to see some nice, good, heavy snow as I make my way up past Wahunta again. We're already starting to get into the thick of it. I'm getting some pretty strong winds, crosswinds coming across the road. This road is starting to ice over something fierce right now. I haven't checked to see if they've extended their winter storm warning yet or not, but I suspect they probably have at this point. Alright, we're starting to get into the canyons right now, so we're probably going to lose cell service up here. There's another ghost town out here that I haven't been able to find any record of existing. But it's definitely here, because there's a couple abandoned structures and a few stone walls and a few stone structures that are collapsed stone structures out here. And I don't know if these stone structures are the stone structures out here are actually the stone structures out here are actually from like homesteaders or settlers, or if they're like older than that, if they're maybe for Native American. I'd be very curious to find out. I haven't done a whole lot of research on this area. Oh, this road is slippery as hell. This road is very icy. I'm not sure how well, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but this camera is extremely slick right now. This road's extremely slick right now. Get back up to La Junta, we'll do another train intercept, since I know that we're going to be on the railroad track most of the way back. Let's see how many people we got in here. Folks, drop some trains in chat. Oh wow, this road is all ice. All ice. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that white stuff on the road. That is don't let it fool you. That's not that is not like snow that has drifted across the road. That is that kind of crackly, powdery, kind of crunchy white ice. Ice will form like this little, like, kind of hemispherical nodules on the road. That's kind of what that is right now. So we're just going to take this very slow. We're certainly going well under the speed limit. Because you can also see, as you guys can probably tell, this is not surfaced blacktop, it's just blacktop, so it's also very slick. storm warning. Everybody, make sure to subscribe to Justin R. Winddancer Media. Everybody, make sure to subscribe to Justin R. Winddancer Media. He is an Arkansas-based storm chaser who occasionally makes his way out into Texas and Oklahoma. Good friend of mine. This road is slick and icy. I'm out here near Kim, Colorado. That's Justin Ryan of Winddancer Media. Make sure to subscribe to him. Good friend of mine, storm chaser based out of Arkansas. I'm in a really low signal area right now. I'm close to Kim, Colorado. I will be, once I get out of these canyons, I will have a much better signal. I do have my dual bonded network connection right now. It does tend to work a little bit better when I'm out of the canyons. So as I get closer to La Junta, I will have a better connection. Dave and Mary, good to see you guys. Sorry I haven't been paying too much attention to chat. I am in a pretty low signal area, and as you guys can see, these roads are incredibly icy right now. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the road. Once I get out onto Highway 50, I'll be able to pay more attention to chat. You guys can just see how reflective and slick this road is. Rumble strip to get better traction right now. The canyon is really pretty though. just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Right now we are headed out of Kim, Colorado, headed towards La Junta. We are in some pretty my connection stays up long enough. Yeah, this highway is pretty infrequently traveled, so I can't imagine this highway's getting treated too frequently. We're headed up out of Kim, Colorado towards La Junta. We're in a pretty sparsely populated area right now. We are gonna get up towards La Junta, then get in towards that winter storm warning in Pueblo, and then get into some of those heavier snow bands that are coming in over Pueblo. Check out Pueblo for a little bit, then push our way north. We're starting to get into some of this heavier snow out here on the plains. You guys can see we're starting to get about 1-2 inches of accumulation building up. I wanted to stay out here in these rural areas. I don't really care much for any of that city driving. I just don't care for the traffic. I would much rather handle some of these more rural highways than deal with the city traffic, honestly. Even though I know these roads are probably going to be icier, I think I would much rather deal with the risk of icy roads than busy streets and other drivers. Give you guys a pretty better view of nature out here too. These canyons are really pretty when they're covered in snow. You guys can see that. Visibility is pretty low out here. I reckon visibility is down to under a mile at this point. It's starting to get dark now. I do also like being down here in this corner of Colorado. I always thought the desert was really pretty. Southeastern Colorado, down by the Oklahoma Panhandle, I think is Comanche grasslands. This area is always very, very beautiful, even in the winter. All the desert, the cactus, all the pinyon pines, the red rocks. Mesas and stuff down here. There's two little buttes right over here. Little chimney rocks. Yeah, visibility is dropping pretty quickly. I'd say we're down to half a mile visibility, quarter mile visibility now. Visibility is dropping pretty quickly right now. Looks like we've got about 2 to 3 inches of accumulation. That looks like that is building up pretty quickly. We are starting to get into heavier snow. The flakes definitely seem to be pretty small right now. We're not seeing any of those big heavy wet flakes. This road has been treated. in the southeastern corner of Colorado. We're down here on a highway between Kim, Colorado and La Junta. Getting a little bit closer to La Junta now. We're down here in the desert. Visibility is really starting to decline pretty rapidly now. You can't see any of the you can't see the canyons, you can't see the mesas. The road's starting to freeze over. We're getting a lot of significant ice buildup on the road now. Decided I would do my snow chase out here instead of in the city because no, the snow seems to be pretty small right now. It seems to be kind of a mix of snow and graupel. I'm not seeing any freezing rain though. It's definitely not any, I'm not seeing any water buildup on the road. It's all frozen now. Temperature is now solidly below the freezing point though. We are now at 30 degrees and dropping. It's kind of, can you guys make out any of the canyons? Any of the mesas down here on the camera? The stream's been running for a while. I think we might end up hitting that 12-hour limit. Yeah, there's let me focus the camera over on the side of the road. There are some mesas and flat top hills running along the side of the road over on this side. Can you guys actually see any of those hills over there, I wonder? Starting to get snow drifting across the road. The highway I'm on right now is not a major thoroughfare, so once I get onto Highway 50 though, that is a major road. So that'll be plowed when we get there. If you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. Currently, I'm on a highway between Kim, Colorado and La Junta. We're getting into the Canyonlands again, so I will expect us to lose signal here pretty soon. Let me check my... I am on a variety of different weather apps. You can find me on Radar Omega and Radar Scope and... actually, let me put in some spotter reports real quick. You also find, you can find me, my spotter dot on WeatherWise and Radar and WeatherWise, Radar Omega, Radar Scope. Got a snow report, so if you guys are looking on You guys should see my snow report in now. Canyon. Great name for a canyon. Very descriptive. Most of those apps I described are, well, they have like a free version anyway. I would recommend grabbing Weatherwise. I think that's probably like the most easily accessible one with the most features for free. I would grab, and Weatherwise also has like a web browser app that you can get to from like their website. I think it's called like weatherwise.app or something. Also, Weatherwise, I know you developers occasionally watch my stream. Sponsor me, you cowards. I plug your app for free plenty enough. I'd love to be a sponsored storm chaser, Weatherwise. Hire me. Also, Weatherwise, if you're watching, I'm a JavaScript developer. I would love to write a plugin for your program. Also hire me. Yeah, so when I'm out here, I have, yeah, Dave and Mary, I have, the device I'm streaming on uses Verizon. I also have this, the device I'm streaming on uses Verizon, and then I also have a T-Mobile hotspot that I connected to as well. I'm using, I think I explained this before. I use what's called a bonding VPN, so that allows me to use multiple cellular carriers simultaneously to booster on top of my vehicle. The last thing I really need to get is a Starlink panel that'll really improve the quality of my signal. Every once in a while you just encounter areas like where there's just no good line of sight to a cell tower, and that'll happen out in places like this where there's just a lot of canyons or mesas and buttes, so it just comes with the territory. Once I have a new job, I'll be able to afford a signal booster. Starlink panel. About 5 minutes till I'm on a highway that's going to have a really stable network connection on it though, so I should be getting a pretty good signal here coming up shortly. Also looks like I'm going to be coming up on a pretty big snow band here soon. Oh yeah, I'm going to be coming into an area with some pretty heavy snow. Weather Radar USA. I don't know about that app, Kyle. I've never heard of that one before. Yeah, Verizon's service overall has been improving. There's like the three major carriers in the US. There's USA Cellular, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Those are the big ones. The four big ones, and AT&T. AT&T is pretty reliable too. If I had the funds for it, I would also have an AT&T hotspot too, but their service is a little bit more expensive for some reason. I've honestly been pretty happy with my T-Mobile service, all things considered. They seem to get a better connection than Verizon does most of the time. Alright, we're going to be hitting some pretty heavy snow actually as we start getting up into Pueblo. Pueblo seems to be really getting it right now. Watching from at home, everybody let me know where you're watching from, what state, what country. Tell me where you're at. Otherwise we're just about to get on our first major highway. Well, say major, our biggest highway so far, after getting off this littler highway here, Colorado Highway 50. We're gonna have better cell service. The road won't be as icy, hopefully. But yeah, if you're watching, let me know in chat where you're watching from. What state, what city, what country you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. Also, if you want to, I have a community for this channel. If you want to hang out, see weather forecasting, play video games, chat, whatever. I've got a Discord server that is linked in the description. Absolutely feel free to drop in and hang out. We like to hang out and have a good time. Have fun. Have a good time. We got Queasy Questions in Ontario, Canada. Man, I got a lot of Canadians watching today, huh? Got somebody from Manitoba earlier. Winnipeg. Manitoba, that's right. Remember that. You guys are probably here thinking, this is nothing when it comes to this snow. England. We've got a few people from Scotland watching right now too. I feel like I have a lot of people from Scotland who like to watch this stream. About to get into some heavy snow as we start to head west into the Rocky Mountains. We're actually at a pretty heavy or at a pretty high elevation, or as is. We're about a mile above sea level where we're at here currently. As we continue to head west, Finger Lakes area in New York State. I don't actually know anything about New York State geography. You have to give me some reference positions relative to which side of the state is that on.
In 1,000 feet, turn left after Boss Hog Saloon and Restaurant onto East 3rd Street. Take the second left after Boss Hog Saloon and Restaurant onto East 3rd Street, then turn right onto Bradish Avenue.
You know what? It's the end of the year. I'll have to make that a New Year's resolution. I actually haven't done any storm chasing on the East Coast ever. I was hoping to make that a thing this year, is getting out to the East Coast to see a hurricane, but we did not have any landfalling hurricanes this year, guys.
Turn right onto Bradish Avenue, then turn left onto US 50 West East 1st Street. At the stop sign, turn left onto US 50 West East 1st Street.
Yeah, to be fair, we're on the far southern extreme side of Colorado right now. The desert southwest, that's where we are right now. Like, you guys ever see those Looney Tunes cartoons with like Coyote and Roadrunner? That's where we are. We're in the place where Coyote chases Roadrunner right now. Like with all the crazy like desert and mesas and stuff like that. The whole place that we were in where it was really snowy earlier with all the canyons and stuff. That's where Coyote chases Roadrunner. We were just there. We were just in the place where coyote chases were going. Now we're back in La Junta. We're not quite in the desert anymore, but yeah, I'm trying to remember what previous year we had like a really quiet hurricane season. Was it 2019, 2018? I feel like we had one pretty recently. But yeah, I wanted to go see like my first hurricane this year. I've never seen a hurricane before. I want to go do that. And I remember last year there were a bunch of tornadoes in New York State, if I recall correctly. There were the remnants of 2 hurricanes that made their way up through the Midwest and into New York State that also caused a bunch of unexpected tornadoes in New York State as well. If I recall correctly, New York we are headed west right now. We are actually headed towards the mountains, headed towards the Rocky Mountains to get into a heavier snow band. I'm gonna get to another, actually, I'll do that right now. You guys can see here on radar, we're headed towards that area of heavy snowfall right now. The snow is to the west. Yeah, we came through that heavy snow band to the south. Now we're headed to that heavier snow, much heavier snow off to the west of me. Exposure a little bit so it's a little bit easier for you guys to see. That low light mode should help you guys some. You guys will probably have better visibility than I do. West into much heavier snow. Please stop. Well, close enough. At least I didn't slide through the intersection. While we're at it. more snow here than the last time we came through. Keep your eyes peeled off to the right side of the road. See if we got that train we passed earlier. We'll probably see it again. Every once in a while we get extra tropical cyclones here. I'm trying to think. We had an extra tropical cyclone hit there was an extra tropical cyclone I think last year that hit Pacific Northwest. And there was also an extra tropical cyclone I think in 1997 that formed over the Great Lakes, Hurricane Huron. Heavy snow here in about half an hour, so keep your eyes peeled, folks. I know if let me know how that stream quality is looking too. Like and subscribe, folks. We're coming to the end of our stream here. Once we get into Pueblo and get up back to the Front Range, back up to Denver, we'll probably be calling it a day. Those big snowflakes. Let me know if you can resolve those snowflakes. Let me know if you can see everything, if the stream's looking, everything's looking crisp and clear. looking better. Back into Rocky Ford, and Rocky Ford is that town that's got kind of some of that old school charm. Yeah, the stream will die at 12 hours, but I don't plan to be going that long. I will be home shortly. I wonder if I can unlock my ISO. Aspen? Oof. That's a drive. Well, that's actually not that bad of a drive, all things considered. I think it only sounds like a drive to me because of the traffic. Aspen's only a long way because of the traffic. Getting stuck in traffic on I-70 just doesn't sound like fun. Aspen's not that far, it's up in the mountains, and there's going to be ski traffic, and there's going to be, traffic because of the snow. I think it'd be faster if I flew to Aspen. Get a flight from DIA to Aspen. You guys can see we're getting a lot more snow coming down now. A lot more snow. Fans, keep your eyes peeled. There's probably going to be another train on the south tracks, south side of this. off to the side over here. Okay, this is going to be coming. You guys will notice that there's much more buildup on the side of the road as well. There's much more accumulation. We've got about a foot of snow here. data issues right now, folks. We've got a, looks like one of my carriers is dropping right now. So we're struggling to get that connection back up and running. Once I've got my T-Mobile connection working, guys, I'll give you guys some more updates. know in the chat if you guys can hear me now. It says I've got a low bitrate connection right now. Having trouble getting these connections bonded. But give me a thumbs up if you're able to hear me, if the connection's working okay-ish. The connection in this area worked better earlier. So I can't tell if this is actually working correctly or not. Try to reboot my signal booster. See if that helps us at all. Hey, that seemed to help. Alright, do we have a connection? My data has been just real spotty right now. Not necessarily. So my T-Mobile connection seems to have gone down. Yeah, let me try to restart the stream. Give me 1 second. Alright, how am I going through, folks? My data connection's really struggling right now. Be having trouble resolving the nearest tower. Okay, well that's better than nothing. Let's try this. Okay, how about now? How's that looking? Do I look and sound okay? It looks like my T-Mobile connection went down. The T-Mobile connection is not working correctly. So it's just resolving, it's just bouncing off of the, it's just running off the Verizon connection right now. Looks like the T-Mobile network is having some issues. It just can't resolve off the T-Mobile towers, so it's trying to fall back to roaming data, which it can't do right now. This will have to do. There we go. Seems to be stabilizing. Yeah, the T-Mobile network is really struggling with the weather right now, apparently. Because it didn't affect it earlier on the way out here. The connection was doing pretty great actually when we were on the way down. Okay, well, we'll try to run with this for now. So right now we're coming into some heavy snow bands as we're headed into Pueblo. The connection should improve as we get closer to I-25, as we have a higher density of cellular signals there, and we'll also have 5G as we get closer. Right now we're headed in towards Pueblo, Colorado. Right now we are near Ordway, Colorado. We're coming into some heavier snow bands, as you guys can see. We are headed west. Starting to get a lot more snow accumulation right now. As you can see, the roads are pretty clear. We are still under a winter weather advisory currently. Looks like we have about 6 inches to a foot of accumulation where we're at right now. We are here in Fowler, Colorado, headed west towards Pueblo. We're starting to get a little bit of accumulation on the roadway now. Protection seems to be kind of dropping in and out a little bit. T-Mobile still does not seem to want to connect. Yeah, once we get to Pueblo, you will have really good visibility. It's a larger city with a lot of city lights. All this. at all? Dope. Well, the next option, next option was just gonna, tell you guys that resistance was futile and you needed to, be assimilated or whatever. So, joining me now, my name's Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. My current location is Avondale, Colorado, a little bit east of Pueblo. We're kind of passing through some heavy snow bands as we're moving into the Pueblo metro area. We're going to be shooting north up along the Pueblo radar and then headed up into Colorado Springs to catch that next snow band. Looks like we got about 4 to 6 inches of accumulation in this area right now. We did pass through some pretty close to whiteout conditions earlier. Does seem to have let up a little bit where we are now. We're going to see looking probably at some heavier winter weather conditions as we get into the Pueblo, Fountain, and Colorado Springs metro area as we head north. Currently under a winter weather advisory. It does look like there's another snow band moving through Pueblo right now, so we'll have a look at that here shortly. Then I imagine we're probably going to encounter some more winter weather as we make our way up towards Centennial and Denver. So I'm going to submit another snow report. Give me a second on that. Does look like the roads have been treated up here a little bit better than where I was earlier. We're on Highway 50 headed west towards the Front Range. Pueblo, Colorado. We've got some pretty substantial snow coming down right now. Seems to be pretty small flakes. Looks like the roads are being treated. We've got ice trucks coming through, clearing the roads. Starting to get into East Pueblo, so we'll probably see some more of these impacts in Pueblo proper. Because we're starting to get into the industrial side of town. So as we start getting into the city lights, we'll probably see some more of the accumulation on the sides of the roads, more of the traffic impact as we get into traffic. I'm seeing smaller, finer flakes here too, now that I'm getting closer to Pueblo too. Looks like we did pass through the bulk of that heavier snow band earlier too. I'm going to check out the Denver radar tower now. Looks like we got up near the Denver area. Does look like the Denver area has lit up pretty significantly as well. So it does seem like the most of the snow right now is constant. So we have passed through the worst of it at this point. So we did, so that whole big blob that we just passed through there just 10 minutes ago, that was the worst of it, or the most intense snow bands. So that storm, that winter storm, we did just pass through the most intense area of that storm just about 10 minutes ago. We're going to see a few more flurries as we make our way. Just a couple minutes ago. We'll probably see a few more heavy flurries as we make our way, a few more flurries as we make our way up I-25. Radar. We might see some more. Well, yeah, it's I-25. Of course, it's not going to be great. It's I-25. Famously Colorado's worst road. Well, not worst road. It's Colorado's interstate that everybody hates. Everybody hates I-25. warmed them up a little bit. Dalhart, Texas. That's cool. Hey, Grifter, nice to see ya. Grifter, is Stormrunner still out right now? Yeah, did some work up on my tuned up the vehicle a little bit today. I was gonna get some new tires on the car today, but kind of ended up chasing all day. I should have pinged those guys on Discord. I might go. Should have got Ben and Garrett a beer or something. Yeah, I was down in Springfield, Colorado earlier. I was trying to go recover my like the GoPro I lost back during that when I chased that cyclical supercell back in May. Turns out somebody picked it up and they were storing it in their very sketchy house, so decided not to go out there. Yeah, I was down by Springfield, Colorado, trying to recover my old camera, but I couldn't get to it. That was basically in Texas. That area down there is right on the border of Oklahoma. Me now. My name's Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of somewhere. I don't know. Aurora, probably. Storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. We're actually headed back towards Aurora right now, just passing through some snow bands as we make our way up to observe some of the road conditions up along I-25. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the stream, do all the YouTube stuff. Yeah, it's been a pretty stormy day. We decided to take a little jaunt down to southern Colorado to try to recover a camera I lost earlier today. We did not recover the camera because it looks like somebody stole my camera. did not return it to me. Colorado Springs. Yeah. No, so I was actually down near Springfield, Colorado, which is very close to. So Springfield, Colorado is very on the far southeastern corner of Colorado, which is where I was earlier today. And then I was headed up to Colorado Spring, and then I'm headed up to Colorado Springs now and Fountain, where there is heavier weather right now. But I was actually pretty close to a place called Springfield. Actually, I stopped at a place called Springfield for gas earlier. Springfield and Colorado Springs are not the same. Here in Pueblo. So we're now in West Pueblo right now, or East Pueblo right now. You can see there's actually quite a bit of accumulation here. Looks like we maybe got 6 inches or so. The roads are garbage. '68. We did not find my GoPro. It looks like somebody found my GoPro and brought it into their house, and that person did not look like they were somebody I wanted to interact with. Stuff was clearly going on at that house that I didn't want any part of, so I decided that I'm going to chalk it up and call that camera a loss. Let's just say that uncool crimes were happening at that house, and I wanted no part of it. Yeah, the house was very obviously a meth lab. It's like, oh, nope, not gonna touch that. That would explain why those people probably never contacted me, because I printed my name and phone number on that camera in case I lost it. So like, it would have been very easy for people in that house to reach out to me and like, you know, contact me if they wanted to return my camera. My AirTag also had like a note, because you know, AirTags you can set like your device to be lost, so like it can ping people if your phone is like lost or whatever. And so like my phone has had the lost beacon turned on it for a while. So yeah, probably explains why nobody there returned the phone to me. Or nobody returned that camera to me. Yeah, it's a real bummer because there's probably some good tornado footage on that camera, but whoops. I think my next recourse is probably going to be to contact somebody in that area to find out if maybe they can recover that camera, but I don't know. I did kind of leave that camera by the side of the road, so I mean, it's somebody else's property now. It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, I bought that GoPro secondhand, like on Facebook Marketplace for like $50, so it's not a huge loss. I got the address of the folks who had it, so at the very least I can send them a letter, maybe. if you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Aurora, Colorado. We are currently in Pueblo, Colorado, tracking a winter storm that is, you know, winter storming right now. You can see we got about, from what I'm able to see on the side of the road, it looks like we got about 6 inches to a foot of accumulation here. The roads are not great. Yeah, I think what I might do is just call somebody down at the, well, I don't have to know somebody. I might just call the local, you know, call somebody locally. I don't even know if I need to escalate it. Anyways, I will figure out what I need to do about that camera, because, you know, it's in their possession, so, try to resolve it without going through law enforcement first, and then I can do it without law enforcement. Awesome. But yeah, the house was definitely sketchy, so I don't feel like interacting with those people. Yeah, let's take a look at our snow radar real quick and see where we're at. Yeah, it looks like there's another pocket of snowfall up by Fountain. That is exactly where we're headed. Let's get that radar back up again. It does look like the snow is oh, I didn't even knock on the door. I got on their property and was like, this is sketchy. Let's not linger around here. Yeah, so you can see we passed through this big band of snow earlier on the way up here, and that's when it got really intense. So that was out by La Junta that we passed through this. So we got through that really intense snow earlier. I think it's going to be mostly clear skies, or mostly clear when we get the rest of the way up. We went past through some pockets of snow on the way up there. Well, I didn't even go up to the door. I kind of assessed the place that I stopped at. The property was in a pretty significant state of disrepair. There were a lot of kind of telltale signs of sort of neglect on the property, and multiple people there, and a bad vibe. The house was not well maintained. There were a lot of the signs there, a lot of like packages on the porch and stuff that just weren't brought in. A lot of things that were just really off there. Didn't want to mess with. It was very weird. under construction? Is this done now? My goodness. I think this ramp is done now. Sorry, this whole area has been under construction for a while. This stream pretty soon, because from what I'm seeing on radar here, I'm actually not seeing a whole lot of other winter weather indicators. We may end up wrapping up this stream here pretty soon, because I'm not seeing any other indicators that there's a whole lot of other snow coming down. Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, it looks like most of the big snow has already come down. Not seeing anything, yeah, it looks most of that snow out there. We've already passed through that big snow band that's already making its way out there out east. So we already went through that big snowy area. Whoa. Yeah, it looks like mostly wind. Let me check the Denver radar, see if there's anything up by Denver. Yeah, it's mostly just wind. It's mostly just blowing snow at this point. I think we're going to wrap up this stream pretty soon here, folks. I think we've gotten through most of this snowfall for the day. I've been talking at the phone all day. I'm starting to lose my voice. So it does look like we've got some more winter weather in store for the weekend. It looks like Friday had some potential. Saturday had some potential for some more winter weather storm chasing. I've been talking to myself hoarse all day, so let me go ahead and do this. I will keep the stream live for another half an hour as we get up to Colorado Springs. I might text Mason and see if he's up and just go drop in on him. So I will keep the stream going until I drop in on Mason. But yeah, we got that really big gusty blizzard out there, out in those canyon lands, and then out in and out there by La Junta, and I think that was a really cool storm to see. So I think I'll be wrapping up this stream when I get to Colorado Springs. So that gives us about half an hour to hang out here and chill. So smoke them while you got them. If you've got any questions, comments, concerns, anything else you guys want to talk about while I'm still on stream here. Otherwise, it looks like most of this storm has passed over. So all there really is left here is just to drive and vibe here in this cold, chilly night. I don't see any other snow coming down. Just keep the stream going until I get up to Mason, until I get up to Mason's place. One of you guys should check to see if Jessica is live, actually. I might actually stay live until Jessica goes live and then send you guys over to her stream. Let me see if she's live right now. I know she usually doesn't go live until later because she's out there in Florida. Is she live right now? I did manage to get my second hot chocolate, yeah. I will stay live until, I think Jessica was planning on going live tonight. So I will stay live until Jessica goes live and then send you guys over to her stream. Because I know she was planning on going live this week. A bunch this week. So that's what I'll do. So I'll send you guys over to her. So I'll keep this stream active until she goes live. Because it's at least a 3-hour drive up to 3-hour drive back up to Denver, and she usually goes live pretty late at night, so I know she likes to go live at like 8-9 o'clock. So, well, I guess we'll have to see, because I've been streaming since like 8 in the morning, so I think my stream might forcibly end at 8 o'clock anyways. So, well, I'll end my stream at whatever comes first. 8 o'clock or when she goes live. We'll have to see. But I'll at least give you guys a sense for the road conditions between Pueblo and Denver. Maybe I can solicit an opinion from you guys. I believe I took my car in. I got both my cars serviced up last week, but can't find my garage door opener since then. So I think I may need to get it replaced. I've never had to do that before. So if you know what that process is like. This is state patrol. This is state patrol. Get around this guy. Roads are slippery right now. You guys can see right now that there's actually the roads are pretty packed down, pretty heavy right now with a lot of ice. Roads are very slick. Vehicle off the road up here. I don't think I can help that guy. Southbound lane. Southbound I-25 right now is a parking lot. We got multiple vehicles off the road over here. 20. Yeah, let me take a look at the radar. Yeah, I just came from over there. It's like 100 miles away. Vehicle off the road up here. How many people do we have watching right now? I haven't really been paying attention. I don't have, because I'm streaming with Moblin, I don't actually see how many viewers I've got. My data limit. Oh, roaming data. Okay, well, whatever. That's fine. Stream all day. Yeah, if Jessica goes live, I can send all my viewers over to her. I'm about to hit my limit for the YouTube limits you to, I think, streaming for like 12 hours or something like that. I don't know how many hours I've been live today, but once I hit that limit, it'll end the stream automatically. Live, I can send you guys all over to her because I know she's trying to work on building her audience back up. She had a period of rapid growth at the beginning. When she started her channel, she was like cooking along with like hundreds of viewers at the beginning, but she's kind of fallen back down again. Anyways, if you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Colorado. I am currently on I-25 between Pueblo, Colorado and Colorado Springs. I'm just covering the road conditions right now. As you guys can see, the snow has stopped coming down. We've passed through all the last of the snow bands for tonight. We're not expecting any more snow at this point. As you can see, the road conditions are incredibly bad. The roads are very slick. We've already seen a couple accidents already. I'm taking things very slowly. We went through some pretty heavy snow out there by La Junta. We got some pretty whiteout blizzard conditions out there. Yeah, we had some whiteout blizzard conditions, and now we're headed back up to Denver. We're going to check out the road conditions on the way back out before we call it a night. You can see we got some packed down snow on the road, kind of icy right now, so we're just making our way back up slowly. I'm going to keep this stream going until I make it all the way back up to Denver, but I'm glad to have you guys with me. I think we'll probably, I don't know if media is if they're still out right now. You can see that now that when we passed by this area this morning, there was only about 4 inches on the ground. Right now it looks like we've got about 1 to 2 feet of snow accumulated. So we came down this way this morning, we only had about 6 inches on the ground. Now it looks like we got about 1 to 2 feet on the ground. So there's definitely been a lot of snow coming down throughout the day today. Do one last hot chocolate fill up before we get to our destination. It does look like we are getting a little bit of blowing snow, so that's a little bit of snow just getting kicked up off the road. Looks like maybe a little kind of a light dusting coming down still yet. Very, very light precipitation though. Again, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. We're just wrapping up, coming off of storm chase out in eastern Colorado, off of La Junta and Kim, Colorado, coming back up to Denver. Still have a winter weather advisory in effect for this area. As you can see, roads are looking a little bit less icy where we're at right now compared to earlier. It's just general icy conditions for snow and blowing snow. You can read the exact text of the I-25 north. We're headed northbound. We are between Pueblo and Colorado Springs right now. few accidents so far. It's actually not as bad as it was earlier. We're actually kind of at the end of the stream right now. We're actually kind of on our way back after having gone through kind of the worst of the blizzard conditions. Yeah, there's you can kind of see that there's some packed down snow and you know, like black ice beneath all this. See that there's snow blowing across the road right now too, so we're also probably going to start seeing some more kind of, you know, ground blizzards going on out here. Yeah, no worries, Justin, I plan to. But also, what fun would that be? You know, if there's any one thing that terrifies me though, it is driving in the thunder. Oh man, we don't really get thunder snow that much in Colorado. When we see thunder snow here, we tend to see it in the springtime. We tend to see it associated with convective weather in the spring. We don't see thunder snow that often here with in the winter. They don't afraid of nothing. Yeah, you can see the wind starting to carry the snow here. Visibility is definitely improving right now. If you're just joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser based out of Colorado. We are currently traveling between Pueblo, Colorado and Denver. We're wrapping up our blizzard chase that we had today between Kim, Colorado and La Junta, just covering that blizzard as it came through the eastern Colorado. Right now we're just covering road conditions between up I-25 up to Denver. Yeah, you can see the wind carrying the snow across the road right now. You can see it, causing all those patterns. We're not getting any more snow at this point. The snowfall seems to stop. We're now just seeing snow drifting across the road with the wind. The temperature definitely seems to be continuing to drop, and I think we'll see that temperature to continue to drop as we lose the cloud cover. Don't be that guy, unless you're me, and try to avoid driving with your hazard lights on. You should try to only use your hazards if you are parked, wherever possible. Oh, we got a train intercept, I think. Do we have a train up here? Oh, we do have a train intercept. PDS train intercept, guys. Kind of hard to make out right now. Hey Casey, nice to see you. Well, so I am Patrick, and I am joining you live from a little bit south of Colorado Springs. We'll be getting up to, we'll be up in Fountain in just a little bit. We are getting a little bit of precipitation right now as we're coming up into Fountain. covering the road conditions between Pueblo and Denver as we make our way back up the Front Range. We just covered that blizzard that was going on out in the plains between Kim, Colorado, and La Junta, and then we covered the blizzard between La Junta and Pueblo. Now we're just making our way back up to Denver. Road conditions right now are improving. Definitely looks like we don't have any more precipitation coming down, so I'm not seeing any snow, any significant snowfall. It looks like it's mostly just snow blowing across the highway currently. If you're new here, my name is Patrick. I'm a storm chaser. I don't typically cover winter storms, mostly a tornado chaser, but all the same, we're glad to have everybody here on the stream. Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Glad to have everyone here. I mostly do spring storm chasing, chase tornadoes. I was hoping to chase a hurricane this year, but didn't get any landfalling hurricanes this year. I'm hoping my friend Jessica Fernandez will hop online tonight so I can send you guys over to her. She is a former broadcast meteorologist with the Weather Channel. Somebody just became a channel member. I can't see who that was, but thank you for joining. Channel members get access to exclusive emojis and channel membership badges. All the emojis and channel badges are pixel art that I drew myself. So thank you for that. It's greatly appreciated. Channel members also get access to HD photography that I take on my storm chases when I remember to take photos. I will make sure to post a link to my photography out in the community tab after I get home. Yeah, I'm using I'm actually not streaming from the YouTube app right now. I use a separate third-party app called Moblin. So Moblin does not tell me who became channel members. So whoever you were who just became a member, thank you. Oh, Mr. Geek from Spokane, Washington. Well, thank you so much. It is greatly appreciated. Thanks for becoming a cool criminal. all 64 of you, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate having you all here. If you're just joining us now, my name's Patrick. I am a storm chaser based out of Colorado. We are currently basically just wrapping up our day from chasing a winter storm out in Kim, Colorado. Pretty remote area of Colorado. We got to see all the beautiful blizzard coming in the canyon lands out in Kim, Colorado, and La Junta, out in the desert. And we're now just covering the road conditions as I return back up to Aurora, where I live. We're just basically coming up I-25 from Pueblo through Colorado Springs and then up into Denver. For those of you who, I also have a Discord server where I hang out, do weather forecasts very occasionally, post some of my other photography, and hang out, have a good time. It's fun. You're welcome to do that. I've got a link to the Discord in the doobly-doo in the description. A bunch of other cool storm chasers where my friends hang out there. Gotta give a shout out to the other storm chasers in my community. Holly Hale, storm chaser Mason Harris, Justin Ryan, storm chaser based out of Arkansas. Well, right now I'm going below the posted speed limit because of the icy conditions. Right now I'm cooking along at 50. And yeah, through here people do typically drive over the speed limit. I think I typically see people going through here at like, anywhere from 70 to 90. I'd be lying if I said I didn't go through here at 90 miles per hour once upon a time. If I'm using my own speed as a reference and I'm going 50, the people in front of me seem to be going roughly the same speed as me, just based on the fact that I'm maintaining an even distance with them when I'm going 50. So, in fact, I actually seem to be going a little faster than them when I'm going 50. So, actually even going 40 miles per hour now. So, and I'm overtaking them. Freddy right now, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's how it's going. Yeah, I saw that. Garrett and Ben were up in, were actually just down here in Fountain a little while ago. I decided I was going to go chase out in eastern Colorado earlier to complete a secret mission. But also, I don't really like chasing in heavily urban areas if I can avoid it. Yeah, I saw that. I think they started in Denver, and then they went down to, they started up in Littleton, and then they went down to Fountain and Colorado Springs and whatnot. You know, if they wanted the real scoop, what they should have done is they should have gone and parked at the bottom of, at the intersection of 84th and Federal, and just stood there at the intersection, because the fun thing about, that's what the folks over at KDVR used to do, like back in the 90s and the 2000s, is they would just park a guy down at the bottom of the intersection of 84th and Federal, because it's at the bottom of a really big hill, and that traffic light was timed terribly, because what people would do is, people always thought they had enough time to make that light, but they didn't. So what would happen was people would try to make that light, but they couldn't. Then they would realize they couldn't make it, and they'd try to slam their brakes. But because that hill was so steep, they would never make it. So they would just slide all the way through the intersection and usually hit the traffic light on the other side. So there was always constantly accidents at the intersection. So what the folks at KDVR would do is they would just park a news van down at the bottom of that intersection, knowing full well idiots would try to make that light at that intersection and cause an accident. So you could very reliably park at that intersection and just wait for accidents to happen there, because it would always happen. Yep, I'm on I-25 headed northbound right now. I am currently in Colorado Springs headed north. I'm on the south side of Colorado Springs headed northbound right now. Right now, honestly, it's so hard to see. I'm gonna stay behind this guy up here and assume that he knows where the lane is. It literally can't tell where the lanes are at the current moment. Kind of see. See where they are now. Well, no. I'm not getting off in Nevada. Yeah, no, I know where I am now. I can see the lanes. they revealed themselves to me in a dream, I think. Now there's a cop that usually likes to wait around this corner up here. We'll see if we see him or not. Doing a very generous interpretation of the lanes up here. Well, that wouldn't surprise me if some of the SRM folks decided to pop in. I'm sure some people can't get enough storm chasing content in. By the way, if you're just joining the channel right now, everybody, thank you so much for dropping in. My name is Patrick. I'm a local Colorado-based storm chaser. Thank you so much for dropping by. I'm actually just returning from a storm chase out in eastern Colorado I did earlier today. Chased a winter storm through the Canyonlands out in Kim, Colorado, and La Junta. I'm now returning back to Denver and just covering the road conditions between Pueblo and the Denver metro area. We'll be concluding my chase up in Aurora. I'm just going to be staying live until either my friend Jessica goes live, and I'll be sending you guys over to her. Maybe sending you guys over to Brady over at Stormfront Freaks, or just calling it a night, whichever comes first. But thank you guys so much for being here. This stream is basically just winding down, but do enjoy the ride. Visible conditions here are, visibility's kind of low. We've got this kind of misty fog type thing hanging around. It doesn't seem to be precipitation, just seems to be, it's just fog. I've got this fog rolling in here over I-25 all along the front range. Roads are very slick. You guys can see that we've got some hard-packed snow on the road from that kind of wonderful, icy, sludgy ice that we get here on I-25. Of the mag chloride mixing in with the snow and road scuff, forming that wonderful slick, glossy layer of ice on the road. See a hurricane this year. I've never seen really bad for us. Colorado snow isn't just aesthetic; it's actually very important for the environment here. Colorado snowpack every year gets built up between October and March, with March being our snowiest month. The snowpack here in Colorado is what feeds all of our lakes and rivers. All the agriculture sector here in Colorado depends very heavily on Colorado's lakes and rivers throughout the rest of the year. All of our fire mitigation, of course, also depends very heavily on that snowpack. That's not just during the summer fire season, which runs from early summer to late summer, but also during the winter. If you guys will recall, we had the devastating Marshall Fire back in the winter of 2021, destroyed thousands of homes. It was a very fast-moving fire that occurred between Denver and Boulder. That just was caused by the dry grass between, just kind of in that area between Denver and Boulder. Cost the state a ton of money. Cost a lot of people their lives and their livelihoods. And there was just basically very little that could be done to stop it. So the snow and the snowpack plays a very crucial role in preventing those kind of wildfires. So we've had an unseasonably warm November and an unseasonably dry November. The whole state's basically been a tinderbox. So this snow is very much needed, and it certainly isn't enough either. I would have definitely liked to have seen a heavier snow than this. So hopefully we'll be seeing some more snow over the next couple of weeks. I'm anticipating doing another snow stream at the end of the week. It looks like we've got some more winter weather coming in on Friday. We definitely need more snow, of course. As I mentioned earlier, Colorado snow isn't just for skiing. It's not just aesthetic. We depend very heavily on that snow in this state for our lakes and rivers. Our economics in this state depend very heavily on the water. Everybody thinks of Colorado for its mountains, but we have a very large agriculture sector in this state. We've got pretty much everything east of the mountains is it's all farmland. And if you guys watch this channel during the spring and summer, you guys know that I do most of my storm chasing out in eastern Colorado. Denver, Colorado is probably one of the biggest tornado magnets in the country. We have the Denver Convergence Vorticity Zone out there in eastern Colorado. Colorado is one of the most tornado-prone states in the country. The Denver metro area sees the most tornadoes. It's ranked number 2 after Oklahoma City, above, and I think number 3 was Chicago. So like Denver gets a ton of tornadoes. So if you're a storm chaser, Colorado is a very good place to live. You get a lot of them out here. lights on. Don't be that guy. Look at that, tailgating the guy in front of him. That's a car accident waiting to happen. Do you see that? Nope. Nope. I was tailgating, absolutely riding my butt. Don't. It's a mistake waiting to happen. I can't tell where the lines are right now. Is this where the lane is? Is this where the lane is? I can't even tell. Or is this the lane? Joining me now, my name is Patrick. I'm a Colorado-based storm chaser. I'm here on Colorado Interstate 25, headed northbound from Colorado Springs into Denver. We're currently in Colorado Springs. We're going to be headed into Denver next. We're just wrapping up a storm chase we had out in eastern Colorado. We caught that big blizzard out there as it moved through the Kenyan lands out near Kim, Colorado, La Junta. It was a great little storm. We're just wrapping up now. This is kind of just the end of this storm. Just driving and vibing as we head from, got a truck jackknifed right over here. That's not good. Oh boy, that's not good. Just covering road conditions between Colorado Springs and Denver. We're going to be wrapping things up when we get to Aurora, or if my friend Jessica decides to go live tonight, send you guys over to her, whichever happens first. Anyways, I'm glad to have you guys. If you're new to this channel, I don't normally do winter storm chasing. For those of you who don't know, my full-time job, former full-time job outside of storm chasing, is I'm a video game developer. I unfortunately was part of a layoff of some 400 employees at my company. They decided to close the gaming division, so I am now just an unemployed guy with a car. So I really appreciate everybody who is joining me here on the storm chase tonight. Absolutely means the world to me. Don't forget to like and subscribe, all the YouTube stuff. Glad to have you guys here. again, this is really the end of our storm chase. We did most of our chasing earlier today, chasing that blizzard out into eastern Colorado. Mike's, at your McDonald's. What are we? I haven't eaten anything yet. What are we getting for dinner, folks? Exit 158. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. It's 158 is the next exit. That's what we're doing. Leave a suggestion in chat for what we're getting for dinner. Wrong answers only. We got McDonald's. We got Arby's. There are worse options. A good home-cooked meal? That sounds great, actually. I got plenty of food at home. Suggestion. What should I cook when I get home? What do I have in the fridge? I got stuff at home I gotta get rid of. If this is the same gas station I stopped at earlier. I feel like I did. Maybe this was the same one I stopped at earlier. Was it? I genuinely don't remember. This was, because it's Old Denver Road. Okay. We did stop here earlier. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. So, here's the plan. We're going to stop here, and we're going to get food up again. Replenish the... Yeah, we're going to replenish the... we're going to restock the hot chocolate. We're going to refill the car. Chocolate. We're gonna refill the car. Guys, everybody, thanks so much for joining me this evening. Our stream is almost done. We're gonna be wrapping things up when we get to Denver. Thanks so much for joining me today. It's been probably one of the longest streams I've ever run. Thanks so much for joining me for that winter storm out in McKinney, Colorado. Don't forget to like, subscribe, do all the YouTuber stuff. I will be right back once I have the carb refilled, so hang tight. Oh, I'll be good to stand up. I've been driving for 4 hours solid. Ugh. You going live? Okay. All right. Moving, please. Is my door frozen? The door is frozen shut. Ugh. Accumulated some crud on the car. Been driving for a while. Look at that. We'll be back. Okay. A lot of ice. I had so much ice built up in the car that actually I move the vehicle and continue removing the ice. Way too much ice is built up beneath the vehicle. Alright, hang tight, folks. We'll be concluding in just a minute. Right back. We're gonna run in for just a minute. Just get the ice up from under my vehicle. Couldn't have done a worse job. It's probably the worst parking job I've ever done. I've done some pretty bad parking jobs. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, sit tight, folks. Hot chocolate refill and then we're out of here. chocolate, y'all. It's priceless. Ugh. Hey, Maximum Weather. Hey, John, you're back again. I've been at this for nearly 12 hours. Ugh. Well, we are almost done for the day. I'm almost back home. Fitting that we should round up at the same gas station that I started at. Alright, stuff my face with some food real quick and check something real fast. Check something. Let's see if my friend is streaming yet or not. Let's see if she is. She's streaming yet or not.
We have got downright danger.
Let's see if we're at. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna wrap up this stream here soon, so we're gonna head back, hit the highway again. Alright, the stream is wrapping up here soon. It's almost been a full 12-hour stream. Everybody, thank you so much for being here today. This is the end of the stream. We are headed home. We are basically done with storm chasing. Most of all the precipitation that's gonna come down has come down. We're mostly just looking at road conditions at this point as I eat dinner and drive back to Denver, or drive back to Aurora. So that is what we're doing at this point, is headed back to Aurora. So thanks everybody for being here. Thanks everybody who makes this channel possible. You guys know who you are. We're going to just be, again, observing highway conditions on the way back. I don't see any additional precipitation coming down. I don't really see anything interesting on the radar at this point. Hey John, nice to see you. Maximum Weather, nice to see you. I feel blind without the usernames. I don't know who anybody is anymore. We're getting more snow down here than you are in Breck. I find that hard to believe, actually. Oh, you're just gonna block the lane? Okay. Make sure you go subscribe to Maximum Weather, by the way. It's at Maximum WX in the chat. Storm chaser I bumped into a couple times out here in Colorado. Breckenridge-based storm chaser up in the mountains. I'm headed home to Aurora right now, so I'm about to find out how much snow we got. I'm about to check the backyard and find out how much snow we got in the backyard when I get home. Are we turning? Where are you turning? I'll never know. Well, we don't have a dog anymore, so. If there's any yellow snow back there, I was going to put it there. I do imagine that'll probably make it a lot easier to go storm chasing if you're not all the way up in Breckenridge. I'm sure you probably heard, but my company had layoffs this year, so I have been laid off. I am now no longer employed, so I don't know what the future holds for me as of right now. But hopefully they'll give me some flexibility to find some jobs that are closer to where the tornadoes are. This winter. I'm hoping that I'll be able to turn this. I'm hoping that I'll be able to go full-time storm chasing. You know, I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in the storm chasing community, so I think I'll be able to turn this around and maybe make some YouTube money off of this. I worked for a company called SDS. We were a mobile gaming studio. Our parent company decided to close their mobile games division, their gaming division, and focus on their core business instead of working on video games. So, they shut us down. So all 400 of their employees in their gaming division, they let go. They did give us a decent severance though, so at least we won't go hungry. I'll at least be able to pay to go storm chasing and whatnot. small blessings where I can. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't nothing. I used to be an animator, so. Trend in the gaming industry or games business recently to try to shift everything to pivot to AI and whatnot. So kind of devaluing a lot of the work that a lot of animators used to do, which is kind of disheartening. But it is what it is. Times change. I'm going to be wrapping up this stream here in the next hour. This is kind of my post-chase end of stream as I make my way up into Denver, up to Castle Rock. Most of the precipitation has finished coming down for the day. Wrapping up my stream here very shortly as we're approaching the end of the day. Yeah, absolutely. Well, like I was telling everybody, this year we've had a historically warm and a historically dry November here in Colorado. In Colorado, we typically get our first snow in October. And usually in September in the high country. That'd be up where you are in Breck, maximum weather. And it's not just for skiing. It's actually really important to our climate and our ecosystem here in Colorado that we get those that snow, because Colorado depends very heavily on that snowpack. Our lakes and rivers are replenished, are fed by the snowpack and the snowmelt every year. And if we don't get that, if we don't replenish that snowpack every year, our agriculture sector out in eastern Colorado depends very heavily on that. So it's really important for us to get that. You guys will recall in the summer and in the spring, we need that as a fire mitigation measure. But we also need it in the winter as well to mitigate wildfires. You guys remember the Marshall Fire happened in December 2021. It was a very fast-moving fire that happened because we didn't have enough snow on the ground to prevent those wildfires. Yeah, it's actually been that case across the western United States and Canada, actually. We're having an unseasonably late snow across most of North America, in fact. That has largely to do with La Nina and climate change, of course. So, it is unseasonably late this year. Unseasonably late snow this year. brakes right now, buddy. You can't stop, and I can't stop either. I'm getting that lane where it looks like there's better traction. I have no traction to speak of currently. No worries. Ernest, thanks so much for hanging out tonight. I'm hoping that my friend Jessica goes live so I can send you guys all over to her channel. I'm not sure she's going live tonight. I don't think she is. And then we'll probably wrap up. I'm going to wrap up this stream here in 10 minutes, guys. So once again, thanks everybody for hopping onto the stream tonight. I'm glad to have you guys all here. As always, stream today. I've been so glad to have everybody here. The typical acknowledgements I give at the end of the stream. This channel is made possible by all of the wonderful people who view this channel. That is you guys, the subscribers, the people who drop in at random. This channel is not possible without all the people who view it. The channel is also made possible by all the wonderful storm chasers who help support this channel and make it possible. Those include especially John McKinney, who's been a great friend to me, who's helped get this channel off the ground. Storm chaser Mason Harris. Justin Ryan, Holly Hale, and anybody else who I have neglected to mention. You guys know who you are. All these good friends to me who really helped get things going. This channel, you can help support this channel financially by becoming a channel member. Channel members get access to a bunch of cool emojis, badges, and storm photography, as well as member-exclusive videos, and very occasionally members-only chats and stuff. And, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna keep this stream going for 10 more minutes to see if my friend goes live and then send you guys over to her. Otherwise, I'll send you guys over to somebody else. I'm drifting, but not even on purpose, man. This road has no traction. None whatsoever. most of the squeaking. Driving a 2013 Subaru Forester. Engine light is on because the catalytic converter works sometimes. The air pressure sensor light is on because the passenger side wheel air pressure sensor just doesn't work, so that light's just stuck on forever now. The traction control light is on because the steering angle sensor is busted and I haven't replaced it. You know, it's a cheap car I bought because I fully intend on destroying it. I'm not gonna take a car I actually care about storm chasing. This car's meant to get destroyed. I take good care of it. I get it into the shop every 3,000 miles to make sure that it's gonna be a safe vehicle to go chasing in. Absolutely not going to take a car out that I've had I made the mistake once of taking a car out that I had a loan on. I don't intend to do that again. Yeah, Subaru Forester is a pretty decent little car for snowy conditions, though. It works great. Honestly, this is the biggest vehicle I've ever owned. I used to really only drive sedans with owned one that wasn't a manual transmission. I gotta say, I do like the sport mode though. I mean, that's kind of the plan. C-Hutch 5. It's supposed to be Hutch, C-Hutch. Anyways, man, I really hate that they've gone back to the handles instead of usernames. I find that much more convenient. I used to drive a Chevy, but that car is pretty unreliable. I think I'm going to be sticking with Japanese cars. I think my ideal sort of chase vehicle is I'd love to drive one of those RAV4 hybrids. Those cars are fantastic gas mileage. I think any any storm chaser worth their salt recognizes the value of driving like a hybrid vehicle or something that gets great gas mileage. Because storm chasing is a profession. You want to spend as little money on gas as possible. I think anything that guzzles gas is a pretty much a... That's one problem I have with this vehicle, is the catalytic converter is completely shot. So I'm only getting like 16 miles per gallon right now. It's awful. I'm spending so much money on gas on this thing right now. That Honda. That Honda is actually a better vehicle for storm chasing than this one. The problem is I don't want to ruin that Honda because Honda is definitely a more reliable vehicle than this one. streamer to send you guys over to right now. Well, actually, no, hold on. Jessica just got back to me, so she might go live. So actually, she just texted me, so I might send you guys over to her. Oh, PA Storm Trackers? Oh, I'll send you guys over to PA Storm Trackers, actually. I'll send you guys over to I'll happily send you guys over to PA Storm Trackers. Oh, yeah. I'll happily send you over to PA Storm Trackers. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to PA Storm Trackers and call it a night, guys. Let me go ahead and wrap it up. So, guys, thanks for hanging out with me all day today. I'm going to wrap things up and say thanks for joining me with today's winter storm chase. Guys, tune in next time. I'm going to be going live again on Friday to cover the winter storm coming in on Friday. Thanks so much for tuning in and enjoying today's stream. And go check out PA Storm Trackers. They are going to be, I don't know what they're doing right now, but go say hi to PA Storm Trackers for me and give